Well, Shelley and I met Alan Storey, I guess it was about 13 years ago, after he attended one of his remarkable retreats on manna and mercy. I know some of you have attended those retreats. I watched the retreat video after Shelley saw it, and it was a wow kind of experience. And so we invited Alan to come from his Cape Town, South Africa Central Methodist Mission. I've listened to about 100 of his sermons, not in person, but via the internet. And he came, and it was an amazing retreat. He came again about 4 years ago. These are amazing grace retreats we have at Alan's Story. But this is the biggest one. April 4, 1968. This is perhaps, in my case, I think this is the deepest Lenten challenge of my life. To understand Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., what happened to him on this day in 67 and in 68, and how the two are one. And for him to have ripped out that prophetic speech at Riverside Church Address in 67, as he did exactly the same day the next year, I don't know anybody who can help us more in going into the heart of that than Alan's story. So let us now listen and study and pray and learn from Martin King and from Alan's story.
Good evening, everyone. It's good to be with you. It really is a privilege and joy to be here with you. I'm very, very grateful for Shelley and Jim for the life their living brings to the world. For the life their living brings to the world. And has brought to my life. I'm even grateful for Jim burdening me with leading this retreat. To re-engage the teachings and life of Martin Luther King has been an incredible privilege. Profoundly challenging, convicting, piercing, and yet at the same time mysteriously comforting. He's a freaking genius. Those are the only words that come to me when I read any one of his speeches. He's a freaking genius. Now, some of you will know more than I do about Martin Luther King. And some of you maybe a little less. And as such, I might end up assuming too much or assuming too little. All right? I'm gonna fail. I'm telling you in advance. I'm going to sometimes underplay and sometimes overplay my hand. Right? So I don't guarantee you, I don't guarantee that I'm going to be able to push us out into the very depths. But I do promise you I'll try and push us as far as I can go. And asking everyone's help to help us go a little further. All right. My vision and understanding of Martin Luther King is limited, but it is loving. It's limited, but it's loving. I fell in love with him when I was 19 years old. And I read a little book called Strength to Love. A little book called Strength to Love. And from 19 years old, my life has not been the same. So it may be limited, but I'm sharing from a loving relationship. I come from a different place to you, a different country, and so I'm always mindful in different contexts. Language carries with it sensitivities. Language carries with it sensitivities. And because I'm not affected exactly with your language, I might offend in the language that I use. I might. I can give you examples of language that you use that would not pass back home. So I ask you, if I use language that is offensive or out of date, that you don't let that slide, that you invite me into a space of learning. Please. Now, as Jim has said, tonight is a sacred night. It's a sacred night. 4th of April, 2025. It's like Passover. It's like Good Friday. As we reflect on King's speech on the 4th of April 1967, as Jim has said, a speech that if we take seriously, we can see that a year later, his assassination is pretty much inevitable. And I would argue that that is true to this day. To this day. So what I'm going to propose, I'm going to try and allow Martin Luther King to speak his speech tonight. You were invited to read his Beyond Vietnam speech before this evening. I'm going to assume that that has been done. And so I will go through it with some commentary, but I hope that above all, the voice of King will be heard loudly. It's like reading sacred scripture. You can do a lot worse. You can do a lot worse with your time. And then, tomorrow, see, what's intriguing is not just what King says, but I want want to know what enabled him to say what he said and do what he did. That's what I want to know. So that I can say the same things and do the same things. So tomorrow morning I'm going to attempt to offer a theology that I believe was King's theology. Maybe not in the same words, but with hopefully the same result. Namely, an incredibly strong and deep foundation that is hidden beneath the ground, that he didn't show off, but he built upon it. A towering example of justice in this. And so tonight we offer his words with a bit of reflection. Tomorrow we try and ask, how did this person come to be? To say these things so clearly and to live them out so faithfully. And so tomorrow we do the theology in the morning, and then in the afternoon we have our collective wisdom as we engage with one another. And after our vigil, we'll come back and eat, and we'll reflect a little bit on prayer. So, on the 4th of April 1967, King spoke a word of life about death. To live a life in choosing, to choose life, you have to address death truthfully. If you can address death truthfully, it's an act of life. Too much truth is hard to bear. And so a year later, to kill the truth about death, which would bring life, to kill the truth, they killed the truth teller. Unbeknowingly to them, all they did was deepen the truth of the truth teller. And so tonight we gather. Tonight we gather around the truth of the truth teller, and in so doing the truth teller lives. This is an act of resurrection. Tonight we get to practice resurrection. And as the arc of the universe would have it, when a certain president is inaugurated, he is inaugurated on Martin Luther King Day, which tells us everything we need to know, everything we need to know, in how to relate to that person and the present administration. If in the Bible you read that such and such a king was coronated on the day of Isaiah, right? If you read that in the Bible, then us preachers would be exegeting that, and what would we exegete? We would say, well, obviously the answer to handle this king is by studying Isaiah. Doing what Isaiah did. So you've got the answer. I've had this question for 2 weeks in Sardinia, but what can we do? What must we do? What can we do? What must we do? Just study King and take some steps with it. Now, what King would have me do, says Alan, before you have my words in your mouth, please make sure that you contextualize the 4th of April 2025. And so I arrived in this country about 2 weeks ago, in March, during what you call March Madness. And I discovered the whole world. It is true. March Madness exists. It exists. You can watch basketball, and then just with the press of your thumb, you can flip channels and watch genocide live. It's madness. Or you can just flip from basketball to basketball to basketball, ignoring genocide. It's madness. That they're trucks that are full of food and medicine, that are being prevented from reaching the hungry and the sick by people whose sacred text says in Leviticus 19, love thy neighbor as thyself. That's madness. Or, in the beginning of March, the invaded are blamed for starting the war. And you're more concerned about whether he's wearing a suit or not than the hundreds of thousands of people who have died. That's madness. Or to witness in real time the richest in the world removing life-saving ARVs from the poorest in the world. Essentially placing 20 million human beings in Africa on death row. It's madness. 7 million of them are in my country, where I come from. You're trying to reduce debt by $2 trillion, so they go looking for $2 trillion among the poor. Have you ever heard such madness? Where are the poor hiding $2 trillion? There's only two places where you can find $2 trillion in this country. And that's in the military, industrial complex, and the rich. But they will not look there. Or finally, apparently, this is madness. Apparently, placing someone on an unauthorized chat group is bigger news than people being killed by your bombs. That you can have breakfast on a chat group and decide that other people somewhere else in the world can be killed. That's not, red and blue do not dispute that, they don't argue that. No. What really concerns him is how can an unauthorized person get onto the chat group? Now that is madness. Now I've looked at your TV and I've waited for a single journalist to shine the light not on the person on an unauthorized chat group, but on who's right, in whose world do you get to bomb who you want. if you read the scriptures, there's some things like that. If you go to John chapter 8, there's newspaper headline. Scripture's newspaper, there's a headline. There's a headline, John chapter 8. You know the headline. Woman caught in adultery. That's the headline. So we get obsessed with it. That's like, there's an unauthorized person in the chat group. It's terrible. Woman caught in adultery. But read the text, and you have men with stones willing to take another human being's life, but that doesn't make the headline. But Jesus is far more concerned about addressing the men. Go read the text, how much time he spends addressing the men. He gives them even silence to think about what he's just said. So, madness. We try and hear beyond Vietnam now, in the light of this madness. King is with John Bennett, President of Union Seminary. Henry Commander, historian, and Abram Herschel, Joshua Herschel, rabbi. King is not standing alone. It's an important lesson. It's an important lesson. We don't organize things on our own. Try and broaden our collective as far as possible. It's like 101 of organizing. Ecumenical, broad-based. We've got to tip our hat to Riverside Church that provided the venue, the leadership. I wonder how they debated that, if they did. I've been around churches long enough to be in those debates, where the leadership is more cautious than courageous. So we tip our hat. In Revelation, John of Patmos speaks of the church in code. He calls the church lampstands. Riverside Church was a lampstand that night. That's what the church is called, a lampstand, to bring enlightenment, insight, light. So we acknowledge them. May all of our places of worship be given for the cause before us today. So King begins, he gives two reasons for being there that night, two reasons. His first reason is just straight out of the box. He says, my conscience leaves me no other choice. My conscience leaves me no other choice. Now, he'll end his speech with, we still have a choice today. We still have a choice. You'll hear that word, the choices are ours, and though we might prefer it otherwise, we might choose, we must choose in this crucial moment of human history. But he's saying he's got no choice. He says his conscience is giving him no choice. Now, it's interesting when we use language like that, when you hear someone say, but I had to do it, I had no choice. I had to do it, I've got no choice. We often use that language to release us from responsibility, to avoid responsibility. I had no choice. And then what follows those words is something that otherwise we'd be ashamed of, or we'd not agree with, but we had no choice. King flips that. He flips that. He says, I had no choice, I have no choice to actually get involved, to take responsibility. That's what I don't have a choice in. And why? Why? doesn't have a choice because of my conscience. So in effect, what he's doing, the unspoken, if I'm understanding the text helpfully, the unspoken curriculum of his speech is to help the audience, us, find, grow, shape our conscience. So guess what? When we come to the end of the speech, he says we've got a choice, but none of us are going to have a choice. Why? Because he would have shaped our conscience to such a degree that when he says there's a choice, we'll say we have a choice one day again. So isn't a conscience shaping business? Now, conscience. I can't spell, so you just smile at me. Okay, conscience is made up of three things: conviction, conversion, contrition. Lovely kind of, Christian-y words. Conviction, what is not right. It's 1/3 of conscience. 1/3 of conscience is I reach a conviction that what is not right. Conversion is what ought to be. What ought to be. King used that word often. The ought versus the what is. Alright? That's the next third. You can't just be against something, you must know what you are for, says King. Conscience. And then contrition is how we move from what is to what ought to be. The movement. Conscience is deeply inner work. It's within work. It's one of King's favorite words. Within, within, within. He repeats. Within. King does work within. But conscience moves us without, how we act and are in the world. So it raises the question for me. I want to know what shaped his conscience that took him to that place that says, I've got no choice. Around him, this is my attempt. Again, as I said, I will push the boat as far as I can push it out. You will have to take us deeper. But in King's and in the nonviolent movement, civil rights movement, on their commitment card, the first point on the commitment card was meditate daily on the teachings and life of Jesus. Okay, that's giving me some insight. If King is spending every day, because he's telling other people to do this, if he's spending every day meditating on the teachings and life of Jesus, I can understand how that's going to shape his conviction, conversion, contrition. So, the fourth step of that commitment card is pray daily, listen to this, to be used by God. It's a dangerous prayer. Pray daily to be used by God in order, this gets quite specific, in order that all people might be free. So again, I'm getting an inclination of what shaping his conscience. And then the fifth commitment on that commitment card is sacrifice personal wishes in order that all people might be free. Now there's the key. Often when we say we had no choice, but it's true to the extent that we are willing to sacrifice. When someone says, I had no choice, it's true to the extent that we're willing to sacrifice. So if I'm not willing to sacrifice anything, then I absolutely do have no choice. But to the extent that I'm willing to sacrifice what people think of me, to the extent that I'm willing to sacrifice my job, to the extent that I might even be willing to give my life, as I'm willing to sacrifice more, so my choices become absolutely endless. So now we see what shaping his conscience, that aligns him with the divine order, the moral order revealed through the life of Jesus. So that's just taking three things that I think have influenced, shaped his conscience, which is made up of those three things. And then he has some damning insights. White people, he says, have a poverty of conscience. He's a genius with words, how he flips. Imagine putting white and poverty together in the same sentence. Hey? Because he understands what true riches are. It's not dollars and cents. It's the length and the breadth of your conscience. And then he says, what we have been helping to do is help Birmingham discover their conscience. So again, King is fascinating with his language. He takes something, you'd think conscience is person, right? And what does he do? He politicizes conscience. He says, no, there's a societal conscience. And then he says, finally, in his speech, where do we go from here? He will say this, we must arouse the conscience of our nation. In other words, bring it to a place of what is not right. What should be, ought to be, could be, if, and how do we move from where we are to where we ought to be. So that was the first reason he says, I'm here tonight, because the conscience would, my conscience gave me a truth. The second reason, he says, I joined an organization. The clergy and lay concerned about Vietnam. Not a very sexy name, but he joined the organization. And this organization provoked his conscience. Provoked it. Conviction. What conviction did he have now? Conviction. That what is not right, and what was his silence. He says, my silence was not right. I'm convicted. What's the opposite of silence? Conversion. I will speak. Contrition. Here I am tonight. He lives out his conscience. But he had to be helped. Jesus, prayer, Bible, all that kind of stuff just wasn't quite enough. Because ours is a God who is always incarnated through the flesh of ours. God always comes to us not just through word, through prayer, but through flesh and blood. So what do we need to do? Join organizations. Church, join organizations who know how to do this stuff, who are experienced, from whom we can learn. And then he says, so he's here to speak. That's conviction, conversion, contrition. He says, do you notice just how beautifully humble that was of him? The great Martin Luther King, Nobel Peace Prize winner. 1967 already, and he says, I've betrayed justice. I've betrayed. My silence has been betrayed. The humility. Confessional preaching. But also very strategic. You see, when a Nobel Prize winner confesses their sin, what must the rest of us do? Okay, like if he's saying, I confess that I, betrayed the cause for silence. It's very strategic. King was clever. He helps us to confess our own sin. It's like Jesus standing in line waiting to be baptized. It's like Jesus standing in line waiting to be baptized. If he's going to join the line, I think I'm going to too. Even if I can't recall why I'm there. But I think if he's there, I need to be there too. A time comes when silence is betrayal. He says, there was a burning bush truth for King. Burning bush truth. And he said of this truth, I don't doubt the truth, but it's difficult truth. I don't doubt it. That's not my issue, but it's difficult. Even, he says, when pressed by the inner truth, in other words, by one's conscience. And then he very beautifully, I find, comfortingly, that's why I said mysteriously comforting, he describes the difficulty of speaking. Again, this is the greatest orator that's almost ever lived. And he speaks of the difficulty of speaking. What does he say? He says three things. It's not easy to speak, number one, against your government, especially in the context of war. You want proof of that? After 9/11, try and speak about loving enemies. Well, had there been more people who did do that? So it's not easy to speak against the government. Let me expand that to institutional power. King is recognizing it's not easy to speak against institutional power. In the church, if you are more afraid of your bishop, if you can't speak truth to your bishop, how are we meant to be able to speak truth to Caesar? But so many clergy I speak to live in fear of the institutional power of the church. The church, we're meant to be dealing with the empire. Secondly, he says it's difficult to speak because apathy of conformist thought within us, apathy of conformist thought within us and without us in the surrounding world. He beautifully doesn't, you know what, that apathy and conformist, it's in you as well, it's not just about them. And then he says, these are perplexing issues, war, tariffs, perplexing issues. We're on the verge of being mesmerized with uncertainty. Who can relate to that? Mesmerized with uncertainty. And so what King does, instead of denying the difficulties that all of us are experiencing, he beautifully, truthfully articulates them, but he refuses to be determined by them. He doesn't deny them, but nor will he be deterred by them. Immediately after he's named the difficulties, he says, but we must go on. But we must speak. And then again he comes back and says, we're entering into a vocation of agony. That's what he says, a vocation of agony. I think Ezekiel would have said, amen, Martin Luther King, amen. Chapter 1, chapter 2 in Ezekiel, where Ezekiel's complaining that no one's listening, you know what I mean? And God then says to Ezekiel, listen, whether they hear or not is not the point. It's whether you speak at the point. They must know that a prophet was among them. Stop looking for results from your sermons. Just preach the truth. A vocation of agony. a vocation of agony. In other words, we're not going to be saved from suffering. We're not saved from suffering. We are sustained in and through suffering. That's the promise. That was the third temptation for Jesus in the wilderness. Jump off the top pinnacle and you won't hurt your toe. In other words, bring change to the world without you suffering. Jesus says, no. I will not be one who brings change to the world bypassing suffering. Because if you're going to make it your end degree to bypass suffering as you seek to change the world, I promise you, you will be inflicting suffering. And then he says, we're going to speak, but we speak humbly with our limited vision. And then he does a strange thing. He says, it's like out of the text kind of thing. He says, tonight I just want to rejoice. He uses the word, I think it's the only time in the text, rejoice. You know, us preachers, we always look for little words that only use once, or words that are always used. Rejoice. Why must we rejoice? Because religious leaders, in other words, people here present, have chosen to move beyond, remember what the title is, beyond Vietnam. Oh, guess what? These people have decided to move beyond smooth patriotism to the high grounds of firm dissent based on mandates of conscience and a fine reading of history. You see, there are little liberations en route to the large liberation. What were the large liberations that King was seeking? The liberation from oppression, from white supremacy, the liberation from war. Those are big liberations, right? And he is astute enough to recognize the little liberations on the way. A little bit of unity, a little bit of backbone. He doesn't let it just pass. He doesn't say, well, that's nothing because we still haven't ended the war. He acknowledged, on your journey here, acknowledge the little liberations. Otherwise, you will not be sustained for the large liberation. I know in my country, just for vulnerable people to come out onto the street, I find to be miraculous. The most vulnerable people saying, today I choose to stand. 9 out of 10 times it doesn't change the end result. But to witness people saying, today I choose to stand, I bow to none, that's a little liberation. Not to be undermined or belittled. And then he goes further. Now we're beginning to understand his conscience, you see. He says this, perhaps this is a new spirit. I'm plagiarizing a little bit of Jim here. That's how you spell hope. Perhaps. That's how you spell hope. Perhaps. Perhaps. Perhaps it's a new spirit. If it is, let us trace its movements and pray that our own inner, remember I told you his inner being, that word he comes back to, or within, our inner being be sensitive to its guidance. Isn't that the most beautiful thing? If it is, perhaps. Trace the moments, its movements, and pray that our own inner being will be sensitive to its guidance. That is conscience-shaping practice. Then he comes to the question. The question is, why are you speaking on the wall, Dr. King? And then he says quite curtly, they don't know me. They don't know me. And Jesus said something similar. Not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, they don't know me. Peter said, I don't know him, and it really came down to it. He later said, I had no choice. Because you see, he had no choice, he wanted to save his life. Later, he got over it. He discovered he had a choice. He gave his life. So we can all change. Why are you talking about the world, Dr. King? He said, they don't know me, they also know nothing about the world. He says it was a tragic misunderstanding. But we learned something from this. Temptation almost always comes from those people closest to us. Temptation almost always comes from those closest to us. Get behind me, Satan, was not spoken to Pilate, it was spoken to Peter. Because sometimes that temptation comes out of a deep place of love. An attaching love. Stick in your lane, King. Charity begins at home. Don't you know that? Speak to J.D. Vines. Love here, and then love decreases a little bit as it goes out. And if you have enough love at the end of the day, you condemn. And you've got to get addressed by the Pope. The Pope actually, he's literally on his, we thought deathbed, right? His hospital bed. And he says, there's one letter I need to write. Just to explain the theology of love, but also the theology of home. Yes, of course, charity begins at home. The real question is, where's home? Where's home? I don't know about you, but I come from planet Earth. You too? So, you're getting it? Let's start then charity at home with planet Earth. King was a master at expanding the frame. The powers that be always want to confine the frame. The world is my home, or in my tradition, the world is my parish, said John Wesley. So now he begins his speech and he says, so what I'm going to try and do is answer this question. Why am I addressing the war? And then he says, I'm speaking to the American people. And he names a whole lot of people he's not speaking to. So we must be very clear on who he's speaking to. And then he also he knows about what aboutism. Yeah, King was up to date. He was woke. So he really just disarms that. He says, I'm not going to overlook the ambiguities of the situation. I'm not going to dismiss that a solution comes through the collective. Yes, both sides have to give and take for trust, and all that sort of thing. He doesn't undermine any of that stuff. He says, but tonight I'm speaking to the American. And it's right, because in the tradition of Jesus, you always spend the majority of time addressing the powerful, the one most responsible, the one most complicit. So in other words, I'm going to spend this evening blaming others. It's about taking responsibility for ourselves. And then he has a beautiful turn of phrase, what brought Vietnam into the field of my moral vision. Let me tell you what brought Vietnam into the field of my moral vision. So he's literally speaking about, I was blind, but now I see. I was blind, but now I see. He's going to explain to us how he came to sight. What do you see? Jesus asked the person in Mark 8. Oh, I see people, but they look like trees walking. Ah, Jesus had to touch him again, so that he could see clearly, that he could see the full, priceless humanity of every single human being, and not just trees that they thought they could just cut down. Seeing. And his seeing is this interconnectedness, what he sees. He sees how Vietnam interconnects with a whole lot of other things, directly affecting some, indirectly affecting all. So that's the first seeing. His first blindness is revealed. This thing, we're all interconnected. That's the lens now. So he gives 7 reasons. He says, the first is that war is bad news. Now remember, we've come to bring good news to the poor. Bad news for the poor. War. And he specifically mentions his End Poverty campaign, and he says this poverty campaign was broken, and listen to these words, as if it were some idle political plaything of a society gone mad on war. So he said, we were working so hard, there were results and achievement coming, and then it was just tossed aside as some nothing. It was nothing. It became nothing when we fell for the madness of war. So his first point is war is an enemy against the poor everywhere. Because every single cent that is spent on a weapon is a cent that was not spent on making the poor no longer poor, which, by the way, is the only good news for the poor. He describes war, listen to these words, as a demonic, destructive suction tube. Demonic, destructive suction tube. It sucks up life, starting with the lives of people who are poor. Eventually, it will suck up all of our lives, but it starts there. The poor are the canary in the coal mine. They always are. And he declares war is the enemy. Think about that next time you campaign for people's freedom to be in the military. Please. I'm all for equality. But when the bomb lands, the person beneath the bomb does not care what the gender was of the person who pushed the button. Enlarge the frame. 2, it's not just a war against the poor. War is disproportionately of the poor. The poor are being exploited. You know this stuff. But there's a cruel irony. It says it's like a sick hypocrisy. White and black are given the means to kill together in Vietnam, but they're not given the means to live together in the States, back home. Yeah. They can join in brutal solidarity, but not loving embrace. And it's still, it's still the case. You can go to most universities in this country and find a disproportion of black people in military uniform at university. Why? Because we cut a deal with the poor, we had a deal. We said, we'll teach you how to kill, and then we'll give you free education. And you can study what you want after we've taught you how to kill. The exploitation. Thirdly, he says there's a deeper or different inconsistency, hypocrisy, between our domestic and our foreign policy. He says, I'm trying to speak to people about how to bring change, that non-violence is the way to bring change. And they're saying, well, how about that, in Vietnam? How come we can use weapons there in Vietnam to bring about change, but we must be non-violent? Can you explain that to us, please? And King says, no, he can't. And there's a deeper insight here. King knows that the personal is political, and the political is personal, and the domestic is the foreign, and the foreign is domestic. That if your foreign policy for years and years and years is about unmitigated violence, do not be surprised when your domestic policies become such, where your police look like your military. And that's really one of the big challenges of how to bring change. So if you've reached the conviction that what is not right, the next thing that's going to be on your heart is, how do we bring change? How do we move from there to there? And the option is as old as can be. It's whether you use violence or not violence. King then goes on to make one of his most damning statements about this nation. He says, my government is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. At which point, Noam Chomsky says, amen. These are now the hard sayings of King. He spoke elsewhere saying that this nation began in genocide. Just like the sayings of Jesus, the hard sayings among the King are often left aside. The fourth is civil rights leader, stick in your lane, and he says, well, actually, our civil rights motto is to save the soul of America. So I'm doing all right. I'm still in my lane, because I'm still working on the soul of America. It's like John Wesley, again from my tradition. He came up with three things. He said, the first point for Methodists was to reform the nation. How's that for a big vision? Like, what should we do? No, I think we should reform the nation. Like, save the soul of America. Okay, write it down. It's a broad lane now. Right? And then he went on, in particular, the church, and then to spread scriptural holiness over our land. But King is clear. He's speaking for the health of the nation. He's saying our soul is sick. And Vietnam, just like slavery, is poisoning the soul of the nation. Poisoning. And we've got to get it out to be healthy. The fifth reason is the least significant reason he gives. He said, just by the way, in 1964 I was burdened with the Nobel Peace Prize, so I'm expected to do this stuff. All right? But he said some beautiful words there. I've changed his sexist language. Basically, he says, I commit as a result to work harder for the family of humanity. And then he kind of, it's my words, but King would say amen. Basically, he says, now I'm a preacher without borders. Preacher without borders. The sixth reason. But even if I weren't the Nobel Prize winner, he says, I would yet have to live with the meaning of my commitment to the ministry of Jesus Christ. I would have to live with my commitment to Jesus Christ. And he can't understand why people are questioning why he's speaking about the war if you know that I'm actually a follower of Jesus. Because he says, don't you know that the good news was for all? And then again he says, have you forgotten that my ministry is in obedience to the one who loved his enemies so fully that he died? Have you forgotten that Jesus commands us that we love our enemies? I think we're discovering this in this country, that for preachers to say God is love and God loves everyone is not enough. It's not enough. If you say God loves everyone, it's not enough. In this country, you have to get specific. Because somehow those words are heard through a filter. So in this country, actually the detail matters. God does love Iraqis. God does love Afghanistan people. God does love Vietnamese. God does love. It actually got to hit. God does love transgender people. You actually got to get specific. You haven't done the work if you think you can get by with all. It's like all lives matter. It's not enough. And then finally he says, I must be true to my conviction that I share with all people the calling to be a child of the living God, beyond the calling of race, nation, creed in this vocation of child of God and human family. He uses the word brotherhood. I translated human family. So he's beginning to shape who family is. Remember when they asked, they said, Jesus, your family is looking for you? Who's my family? What King has done is, he's named, he's framed everyone as his family. And then he says, God, Father, he uses the word, is concerned for suffering, helpless, God's suffering, helpless, outcast children, which now happen to be his siblings. And King shares the same concern. That's why I'm here tonight. It's basically his answer. And then he says these words, which are piercingly relevant for today. For no document from human hands can make these humans any less our family. No document. Well, just that one sentence. If you just go with that one sentence and take that one sentence seriously, if that hits your conscience, you know that that is not what is at the moment. He's told you what should be. Well, then this is going to get us into a whole lot of problems. For no document from human hands can make these humans any less our family. He moves on and says, as I ponder the madness of Vietnam and search within myself for ways to understand and respond in compassion. What an incredible inward search. He says, what I'm searching for when I'm pondering this madness, but what I'm searching for in myself is ways to understand and ways to respond in compassion. It's an incredible inward journey. What helps him in his journey? My mind goes constantly to the people living under the curse of war, our war. So he's people-centered, and not just people, but people under the curse of our war. Those are the people that shape his understanding and his compassion. It's a beautiful conscience His conscience is like this internal compass that he's searching for. It's quite remarkable. No meaningful solution until some attempt is made to know them and to hear their broken cries. So there's going to be no solution until we attempt to understand or know them and hear their cries. And God heard the cries of the Hebrews. Liberation begins. Liberation from oppression begins when you hear the cries of those who are suffering under the curse of our war. Have we heard the cries of the widows and orphans of Yemen? Yet. My mind goes to the people, the preferential perspective of the peasant. That's where his mind goes. And then he says they must think America as strange liberators. I can tell you with absolute assurance that we think a whole lot of other things as well. And then he follows his speech with an incredible detailed history of the wars, the colonization of Vietnam. Incredible detail. He's got time. And that's why he's got a history professor on the stage with him. Helpful to know the history. I'm not going to go through that now, but I think we can learn something. And the question is, where do we start? Where do we enter the story? Where do we enter the story? Where do we enter, where do we start in the telling of the conflict? What date do we decide to start when we want to speak about a conflict? Do you want to start on 9/11/2001? Is that when you want to start the discussion on the conflict? Because it matters. You see, usually we enter on the date that makes us the victim and them the perpetrator, wherever they are. So that whatever follows is justified. Or, if we're a little bit more honest than 9/11/2001, we could go back to 9/11/1973 in Chile, when Pinochet was brought into power. And the Chicago boys of Milton Friedman's economics decided to explore what they could do in Chile that completely transformed Reagan economics and the trajectory of this country. Where do you want to start in history? You want to start on the 7th of October, 2023? There are many people who find it very advantageous to start on that date. Very advantageous to start on that. Or do you want to go back to 67, or 48, or 1939? Or the latter years of the 18th century. Where do you want to go? Where do you start? Or even further. So where we start telling the history tells us a whole lot. Well, Martin Luther King, well, this one more date, 1996. You can figure out which administration that was. Bombed the largest pharmaceutical plant in Sudan that made medication for malaria. King was very clear that both red and blue have blood on their hands. So King, what he does here is he confesses the sins of his nation. It's truthful speech, and the truth sets you free. So it's for liberation. It's for the liberation of his nation. When he's telling the history of Vietnam, he doesn't slip into the falsehood of equating both sides. no moral equivalence here. But at the same time, he speaks the truth about all sides. His critique is firmly focused on those with more power. He even compares what this country was doing to the Nazi regime about the experimentation with weapons or concentration camps. It's pretty hectic. So there's some historical honesty to try and reach the cause of the conflict and not just deal with the consequences. And he says, we must speak to the peasants and raise questions they cannot raise. These too are our family. It's got that frame. And then he says, even more difficult, we must speak for those, to speak for the peasants, right, and raise questions they can't. And then to speak for those who have been designated as our enemies. Very insightful. We've been told these are our enemies. We just believe it. He checks that, the National Liberation Front. And he says this, surely we must understand their feelings even if we do not condone their actions. Now let's just pause here for a moment. Because if those words were spoken about the 7th of October, 2023, he would have been accused of being anti-Semitic. Right? That surely we must understand their feelings, even if we don't condone their actions. That would have got him into, that would have got him kicked out of Colombia. Now I want to say this carefully, because it is profoundly sensitive. Past suffering does not give you a free pass to cause suffering in the future. We can understand it. We really can understand it. But we can never, ever condone it. No matter what that suffering was, we can understand it. But not condone it. In my country, under the anti-apartheid struggle, there were some, I told you the choice is always how to bring change. There were some who said we'll bring change through violence. And they planted bombs. An example, a bomb goes off near a pub, people die. There were people in the anti-apartheid struggle who could instantaneously and categorically condemn that act, while at the same time saying, I stand as an oppressed with the oppressed against apartheid. You can actually do both things. And he goes on and he says, the truth is in the detail. He gives some analysis, He says, no, we've been spun this lie, they're all commies, only 25% of them are. You see, the truth is in the detail. The truth is in the detail. Don't go blanket brushing, painting everyone with one brush. And then he says, how do you expect there to be a peace settlement when you're excluding those who are most violent in the conflict. Now, does that sound familiar? That some people somewhere can go someplace and negotiate peace and leave out the people who are most violent. That's madness. Violence spreads by lies. Peace only ever stands on truth. And then he says, so what are we going to do? We're just going to spin another myth to validate what we've done. Maybe an example of one of those myths is this you'll come to it later, the morbid fear of commerce. He says, do you not know how you've been manipulated by this absolute morbid fear of commerce? And the myth has to be underpinned by violence. Then he says, the true value and meaning of compassion and non-violence is that it helps us to see. Remember, he's told us this whole thing is how he's come to sight. He's saying that the value and meaning of compassion and non-violence helps us to see the enemy's point of view. Number one, helps us to hear their questions, helps us to know their assessment of ourselves. Isn't that the great monastic tradition? Know thyself, sister and brother, know thyself. Well, the enemy helps us to know ourselves. The mirror. Adversary is a gift. Helps us to get truthful about ourselves, but you've got to be mature to be able to hear the truth. And so he says, America, it's time for us to be mature. And then he goes on for some more history. And he names the date 1954 in relation to Hanoi. But you know your history, yeah? In 1954. Wasn't that the year that the Supreme Court agreed on the vote? Something? Was it the vote or what else? It was some legislation that they agreed to in 1954. Anyway, we can look it up. The segregation of education. Thank you very much. So 1954. And he says we won it in court, 1954, but then listen to this. It didn't go without opposition, open defiance, and conniving methods. So Pharaoh says, you can go, and then changes his mind. So as you've experienced that domestically, guess what? Vietnam's experienced that politically out there. You see, you can't separate, don't expect integrity in domestic policy if it's not being given in foreign policy. And basically foreign policy is an awakening to you of what's coming in domestic policy, that they feed off each other. And he says, and then he does mention, I am as deeply concerned about our own troops there as anything else. The brutalizing process that they have been to, and they are participating in a lie. Somehow this madness must cease, he says, we must stop now. I speak as a child of God and sibling to the suffering poor of Vietnam. Please notice how he self-identifies. King always self-identifies relationally. A child, well, what is a child? A child is someone in relation to a parent. A sibling is relation to another sibling. And so in African culture, we have Ubuntu, which basically says, I am because you are. That's how he self-identifies as a child. My relationship comes because I'm in relationship. Remove the relationship, I don't exist any longer. Remove my Vietnam family, and I disintegrate. We have to learn to identify relationally. And then he says, I speak for those whose land is lying waste, the poor of America paying a double price, as a citizen of the world, and one who loves America. But it's not an approving love. It's a grieving love. Blessed are those who mourn. Blessed are those who grieve, who actually feel grief. You see that? You see that? You see, it's a grieving love. Because the soul of America has died. Dead. And the dead are not moved by death. That's why you can drop bombs on people and not feel a thing. Because the people dropping the bombs are dead. My son was lost, but is now found. He was dead. But is now alive. Then he gets a letter from a Buddhist leader, ecumenical, wide, collective. And then he says this: if we do not stop our war against the people of Vietnam immediately, the world will be left with no other alternative than to see this as some horrible, clumsy, and deadly game we have decided to play. In other words, he's saying we're the problem. Now that's a very empowering thing to come to. You see, when we discover we are the problem, we are very proximate to the problem. Which is good news. Like the problem is within our reach. Like we're it. So we're actually in the position to do the most about the problem. And the world now, as I mentioned earlier, demands the maturity of America. In other words, stop being childish. We've been detrimental to the Vietnamese people. So basically, King has brought a case against his own nation, including himself, humbly. He's brought a case against his own nation. So now, this is the final verdict. How he wants you to rule. What do you call it? The jury. Saying, no, jury, I've made my case. This is how I want, this is the sentence. End war bombing, number one. Number two, unilateral ceasefire so that we can negotiate. Number three, prevent any other battlegrounds. Number four, must be inclusive negotiations. Number five, remove all foreign troops. Then, grant asylum, reparations, and medical treatment if need be for wounded. That's the verdict he's won from the jury. And guess what? We are going to protest that court. We're going to put pressure with our voices and with our lives to make sure that the jury comes to the right, what do you call it? Verdict. And then he says these words, they're hard, they're graceful. Every person of humane convictions must decide on the protest that best suits their convictions, but we must all protest. So every single one of us here, no one's getting a free pass. Every one of us must protest, but find the protest that suits your convictions. There's grace. And protest movements, civil society organizations need to hear that. My experience has been over the years that sometimes we can stereotype what a real protest is. Like a real one who goes to jail all the time. And that can damage the movement because it's filled with judgment and hierarchy. And some people feel worthless and useless because they can't do that. So King allows space for everyone to be in the movement. Just find your place, find your place, find your place. You can answer the phone. You can watch that person going to jail and just watch what happens. You can record it. But do not have a hierarchy of activism, because then as you protest harm, you are doing harm. please, not everyone needs to do the same stuff. He speaks about encouraging people to be conscience objectors. And then he stops. And I'm sure the congregation, like you right now, wish that I would just, it's time. It's time. Seriously, I'm not joking. That's an hour and 15 minutes you've been sitting. And the congregation then would have said, say the benediction, King. And he didn't. He went on, and I'm going to go on, and you listen. because as he said, not in this, but in other speeches, we're here for serious business. And a little bit of discomfort on a chair. It's okay. You can handle it. Although up to your limits. And he says this, and this is the genius now. Now there is something seductively tempting about stopping there. Like at the end of it. He's got the verdict, he's told the jury what he wants for the law. But we're going deeper. We're going beyond Vietnam. We're going beyond Vietnam. Vietnam, he says, that was the end. He says, Vietnam's just a symptom. It's a consequence, okay, of a much deeper illness, disease, okay? And you can imagine now they're just thinking, hang on, you've spent an hour and a quarter, let's say, or at least Alan has, spending on a full diagnosis on how sick we are, and now you're saying we're even sicker than that. We're sicker than we thought we were. I think we are. But he says if we ignore this sobering reality, Vietnam will just be on repeat. Just repeat, like a tape. You just push repeat and it just play over and over. And it will happen in different places. It will happen in Guatemala, it will happen in Peru, it will happen in Thailand, it will happen in Cambodia, it will happen in Mozambique, it will happen in South Africa, it will happen, he doesn't go on, but can I? Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Syria, Ukraine, Greenland, Canada, Gaza. Where do you want to go? Don't think it won't happen. I haven't gone through half of the list in the last 50 years of this country's history. So if we don't go beyond Vietnam, there's this saying, if we don't go beyond Vietnam, we're going to have war without end. Eternal war. I'll check your 50 years of history. So we must repent. Change in life and policies. That's kind of political words for repentance. His exact words, so such thoughts take us beyond Vietnam, but not beyond our calling as children of the living God. I'm not out of my lane yet. I'm not out of my lane yet. You thought I was getting out of my lane. Speaking about Vietnam, I'm going beyond Vietnam, but I'm still not out of my lane because of his self-identification as a child, children of the living God. That's our deepest identity, and it sets our agenda. So obviously work on your identity, because identity determines agenda. So he's always expanding the frame. And then he says, for the last 10 years, so he's speaking from 1957 to 1967, he says, what we've done? We've supported dictators. Over the years, we support warlords, dictators. for material benefits, to secure our material interests. And when you support dictators and warlords, people rise up, and then our military helps squash the uprisings that are longing for freedom, but we go and side with the dictators and squash them. Why? To protect our material interests. There are nearly 1,000 American military bases around the world. Just one question: would you tolerate anyone else's military base back in the vicinity? So then we suppress. And then he quotes JFK, said, we make peaceful revolution impossible, so we make violent revolution inevitable. Which then gives us more reason to use our weapons, or to export our weapons down to Nicaragua and other places, and war without end. Therefore, he says, we must undergo a radical revolution of values. We must rapidly begin to shift from a thing-orientated society to a person-orientated society. Just check it, how relevant this is, when machines and computers, profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people. The giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism and militarism are incapable of being conquered. Now this is what I discovered. That quote, I've come across it so many times. I've been sent it so many times. But this is what I've been sent. We must undergo a radical revolution of values. I say amen. We must rapidly begin to shift from a thing-orientated society to a person-orientated society. I say amen. And that's often not all that I get sent. And so people have done to, I've said earlier, people have done to King what people have done to Jesus. God loves all, but we skip out God loves, and therefore you must love your enemy. And so when you remove context, and context just being the speech, when you remove those words from just the text, not the kind of live context, but the text of militarism, materialism, and racism, when you divorce context, you can deny meaning. And you can go further and determine whatever meaning you like. And that is why autocratic regimes begin first by going after the poets and the artists and the paintings and the books. Because if we can delete the story of them, the story, if we can delete the text which holds their life, then we have power over them. So, he speaks of a true revolution of values. What's the three things this revolution of values is going to do? Three things. One, it's going to cause us to question the fairness and justice of our past and present policies. So let's ask the question, why don't we question? Well, especially if I'm benefiting from what is, there's no real incentive to question what is if I'm benefiting from it. That's one reason. But if my entire society, if I'm born into a society, if I'm born into a society that declares white supremacy, right? And all the laws and everything are shaped to that end, to that direction. And my family believe that. then it takes great courage to question. It's not impossible, but it takes great courage. Also, the discrimination between people who are born here and people who are born there. So we're always looking for ways to divide so that we can conquer. So suddenly if you're born here, wherever here is, you have more rights to be human than if you're born there. But if we enlarge our frame and we ask, where is here? Because we're all from planet Earth, then there is no there. And so we cause a revolution just by addressing one letter. But who of us thinks to question it? Or hang on, for the last 50 years, there hasn't been a single war waged by this country that post-war war people have not been ashamed of in the last 50 years. And yet, isn't this strange? Isn't this strange? Can we question that? Can we question? How come then those people who participated in these shameful wars are more likely to be elected to public office as a result of participating in one of those wars? Can we question that? Can we question the veneration of veterans? Am I allowed to question it? You're not allowed to question that. Not here, you're not allowed to question that. I don't know, I think back home there's more honesty. Apartheid was a shameful war. People who fought for it. I don't know, I just get a sense, there's a sense of that. There's a sense of that. They certainly don't go walking around shouting that they were a veteran of. You hearing me? Can we begin to question? And then he goes on to the Good Samaritan and the Jericho Road, the charity, justice, personal, political, you know that stuff. And the second reason, or the second thing that a revolution of values is going to bring is our attentiveness to inequality. An attentiveness to inequality. Because we're questioning now, we're going to see that what people call success is in actual fact a crime against humanity. That a system that allows one human being to have so much wealth, that system is a crime against humanity. But we hide the sin, our sin and society's sin, under the title success. And then the third thing a revolution of values will do is this. So the first makes us question, the second addresses the economics of inequality, the third is war, the whole military-industrial complex, the profit-making business of death. And he says these words so clearly. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense. We need to correct Martin Luther King's language. We don't have to often correct his language. But today we would say military attack. There's no such thing as a military defense. It's preemptive attack. Get with it, King. And when we spend more on military preemptive attack than on programs on social uplift, then it's approaching, our country's approaching spiritual death. So I started off by saying March Madness. The only place you're going to find $2 trillion is in the military-industrial complex. But we've got to fleece the poor for it. And as a result, this country will become less and less safe. Because there's a little child in Yemen, because of an unauthorized chapter, who doesn't have a parent anymore. And you and I may not even know the date that the bomb happened. Might be out of our memory, but it's etched in her memory. And in 20 years' time, if that person decides to do something, can we say at that moment, we do not condone it, because we understand? And better still, can we actually address it? All right, and then King goes on to say how these nuclear weapons are pretty useless in trying to defeat. He flips things all the time. I think the things you're relying on for your defense are useless against communism. He says weapons are powerless. Isolationism from the UN or from the world, isolationism, a policy, he says, is very, very unhelpful. He says what we need is calm, reasonableness, where we can offer the positive values, our positive values, on behalf of justice. That's our best defense, to work for justice in the world. But poverty, insecurity, and injustice will always be the causes of more and more conflict. And then he comes back and he makes it personal. He says it's a sad fact. Comfort, complacency, fear, and our proneness to adjust to injustice. There's four things. Let me say them again. Our comfort. If you want to know what numbs conscience, now he's helping us. He's saying the stumbling block to the conscience that's going to get us to the place of no choice, he says, is comfort, complacency. In other words, it doesn't touch me. It's not about me, it's about them. Comfort, fear, and our proneness to adjust injustice. We who initiated so much revolutionary spirit into the world, meaning freedom, have now become arch anti-revolutionaries. We've become what we hate. I'll say more about that tomorrow, but in my country, I can tell you that painful story. The story of new leaders becoming what we hate. Imitating the very leaders they long to be free of. And so he actually holds up communism as a judgment against our failure to make our democracy real. Our only hope, he says, is to recapture this revolutionary spirit of freedom and declare eternal hostility to poverty, racism, and militarism. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Those are the real enemies. And then the mountains will be made low, the valleys raised, there will be equality. We need to expand our loyalties from sectional to ecumenical. Listen to these words. Every nation must now develop an overriding loyalty to humankind as a whole. So every nation must have an overriding loyalty to humankind as a whole, not just to citizens within your borders. He's expanding it again. Basically, we've got to end the apartheid between nations, move away from competition to collaboration. He calls for a worldwide fellowship where our neighbor is beyond tribe, race, caste, nation. A call for an all-embracing and unconditional love for all humanity. And then he says, love, he always defines love. He says, I'm not being sentimental. That's not the love I'm talking about. Listen to what he says. Love is the supreme unifying principle of life. Love is the supreme unifying principle of life. And then he goes on, love is somehow, he's quoting now, love is somehow the key. No, he's not quoting this time. Love is somehow the key that unlocks the door that leads to ultimate reality. Love is somehow, he's saying, I don't get it, I don't understand. This is beautiful humility. He just says somehow it's the key that unlocks the door that leads to ultimate reality. And then quotes from 1 John chapter 4, God is love. Ultimate reality. God is love. We can no longer afford to worship the God of hate and bow down at the altar of retaliation. So that's what we've been doing. Now we understand what we've been doing. We've been praying and bowing down to idols. It's self-defeating, he says, it's self-destructive. And then he quotes love. He quotes Thornby, Arnold. He says, love is the ultimate force that makes for the saving choice of life and good against the damning choice of death and evil. Hope is in love having the last word. That's the choice. Life or death. There's life and death before you. Choose life. And then he says, time. Tomorrow is today. The fierce urgency of now. Now is my progress is not inevitable. But we still have a choice today. This is the choice. He lays it out clearly. Non-violent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. It's an ancient choice. Life or death. Choose life. We must move past indecision to action. If we don't, there's only shame and death waiting for us. Power without compassion, might without morality, strength without sight. And then he says, now, his favorite little word, now let us begin. Now let us rededicate ourselves to the long and bitter, but beautiful struggle for a new world. He's honest. And you've got to give him that. The long, bitter, but beautiful struggle for a new world. God loved the world. This is according, he says, of the children of God, and the family of God are waiting for us. Our family is waiting for us to begin. The choice is ours. He's hoping that your conscience is so being shaped and formed that you have no choice. That's what he's hoping. But the choice is ours, and though we might prefer it otherwise, we must choose in this crucial moment of human history. And then he closes with a hymn, once to every person and nation, and speaks of truth being the scaffold that sways the future, and behind the dim unknown standeth God. God's presence is there. God's presence is here. We are more than we are. We are more than we are. There's a presence beyond us. Let us make the right choice. 4th of April, 1967, stroke 2025. Let's be quiet. I invite you to bring to mind Dr. King. Please bring him to mind with gratitude in your heart. Gracious God, we thank you for raising up Martin Luther King. Thank you for giving him your spirit of grace and truth. Thank you for opening his eyes to the truth of who he really is and who we really are. All family. And from that, we thank you for how his conscience was shaped. Now use him to shape our own, that our conscience may leave us with no choice. their friends tonight, and tomorrow we gather at we start at 9, and then we'll try and do some digging around to see if we can find some foundations in our own lives. Yeah, go in peace. So, Martin Luther King had a rabbi with him yesterday, remember? A rabbi that I journeyed with for many, many years. He taught one of my great teachers, Rabbi Arthur Glaskow. Some of you will hopefully know of him. And an amazing teacher. In Hebrew, you don't have the vowels, we add the vowels in Hebrew to make the word. But that's how it comes to us in Hebrew. And Arthur Glaskow's beautiful translation or interpretation of that is that God's word, God's name, is, if you just pronounce that, you get it? So Arthur Westcott calls God the great breath. God breathed into the earth creature. God breathed into the earth creature, gave us life, the breath of life. The name of God is so full, so holy, so mysterious that we can't control it with our vocabulary. Always want to control it, so that God can serve us. Right? And no, this God is as free as the breath, as the wind. So then other teachers, not one, but many, have come along and said, why don't you try and sit quietly for a moment? Maybe you want to close your eyes. Be in touch with your breath, which is God who lives and moves within you. God has God's being. God has God's being, breath, in you. God lives and moves and has God's being in you. Just breathe. Maybe you want to close your eyes or a soft gaze. A soft gaze is just kind of where things are out of focus. You breathe, just breathe in, breathe out. Be aware that the breath of life, the giver of life, is within you. You can never be separated. God is on your lips. God is in your nostrils. And then Thich Nhat Hanh would say, smile. Smile in gratitude for the breath that you have, for the life you have. In other words, out of gratitude. So again, with your eyes closed, I invite you to breathe in, breathe out, and then in gratitude we smile. of the miraculous gift of our life and of all life. That life is a miracle. That life is sacred. Thank you. Sometimes to learn that lesson, we have to reverse learning. We have to do reverse learning. Should we do a little reverse learning? I invite you to close your mouth and block your nose. And hold it for about 2 minutes. In other words, do not breathe. Okay, so we've got some defiant people here. What do you know? I mean, the facilitator asks you to do something, and Jim and Shelley say, no, we will not. You should try it one day. It's a fascinating experience. After a while, you don't think of anything except breath. So reverse learning. We learn in the reverse learning what really is important. All right. There are some posted stamps over here. Why don't you just hand them out? Just a couple, you know, you just maybe walk around, give them away. There we go, just hand them out. Won't you think about share them around. Won't you write down the names of people who have taught you, embodied for you the sacredness of life? Who has taught you, embodied for you the sacredness of life? Who's taught you that life is sacred? Or another question, who has taught you about justice, mercy, and humility? Who has taught you about justice, about mercy, and about humility? Who have been your teachers? Let's write down their names. We write them in gratitude. Please feel free at any time to get up and refresh yourself. All right, what have we done? What have we done today? Interpersonal interaction. We've been beheld. We've looked in the eyes of other miracles. Felt uncomfortable. Garrett was the only one. Only one who felt uncomfortable. Garrett. Okay, so that begs the question. What's the follow-up question? Why? Where does the uncomfortableness come from? That takes us on a very, very helpful journey to know thyself. What have we done today? Connected. Thank you. Created a sense of community. Thank you. Broken barrier.
We've made ourselves vulnerable and put each other at the same level.
So we've made ourselves vulnerable, but at the same time, there's been an equality that has been created.
Acknowledge each other's humanity.
We've acknowledged each other's humanity. Sorry? We've learned, it's reverse learning, because we've learned how to look away. So this is reverse learning, or unlearning. Lovely. Others?
We've presenced ourselves so that we can presence another.
So we've presenced ourselves. Isn't that a lovely verb? We've presenced ourselves to present another. Lovely.
Listen carefully.
Listen carefully.
And we all figured out that we all struggle in second things.
We all struggling?
We all struggle with that and second.
Yeah. I didn't get the second bit.
The playing field is level.
Yeah. Says someone who's sitting on the ground. Like you're just putting all of us.
You want to participate?
Yeah. You're putting us all to shame. Like the mountains are going to be brought down. All right. So, anyone else? What have we done?
I feel like we made room or even submitted to a basic truth.
And so we've submitted and made room for a basic truth. And what is the basic truth?
I think everybody's unpacking that, but I think there's not a simple way to be super concise, but everybody's sacred.
Yeah, everyone's sacred. So if we come then, we'll see it later, we come to King and he'll, when you get to that simple truth, then therefore, you can't just teach the simple truth. It's now therefore you can't, then therefore war is madness. Up until that point, war is not madness. But now if you accept that simple truth, then war becomes madness. And you can only then do war if you deny that simple truth. So this kind of questioning around what we've done is summarized in, I'm sure many of you have come across the little parable or story. There are three people working side by side. There are three people working side by side. From a distance, they all look like they're doing exactly the same thing. But you get a little closer and you decide to ask each one of them what they are doing. You ask the first person, "What are you doing?" And they reply, "Can't you see? I'm laying bricks. You ask the second person. The second person says, can't you see? I'm building a wall. You ask the third person, and what are you doing? Can't you see? I'm building a cathedral. What are you doing? I'm looking at somebody. No, but what are you doing? I'm beholding America. The question is, do you know what you're doing? Because if you're going to spend your life just laying bricks, that's a hard life. But if you're building a cathedral, you see the difference? So what we've done this morning, we grounded ourselves in grace, in the breath of God. Grace, it's a gift of life. We literally are saved by grace. Breath. We're grounded in grace. We then surrounded by gratitude, a cloud of witnesses, living and more than living, a cloud of witnesses. And then we beheld one another. And basically then we just practiced some conscience shaping work. That's what we get to do, shape our conscience. That will help us with our choices. To honor the simple truth that life is sacred. How are we doing? Okay, when I ask how we're doing, I'm not asking do you agree. Agreement is an overrated value. Agreement is an overrated value. Often it's an oppressive value, determined by a power dynamic between a speaker and an audience. So the question is never, it's not important whether you agree or not. What's important is that we're growing together. And sometimes we can grow most through our disagreements. All right? So when I say how are you doing, it's are we in the same ballpark? We need questions for clarification, but not answers for agreement. Okay, we can go work that stuff out. Okay, so Eric, won't you help me and just stick this on the wall there without losing any of these beautiful saints? All right. So what I propose to do now, between now and lunch, is to offer a theology. To offer a theology that gets me to the same place, I think, of where King is. I'm not saying this is his theology. I wouldn't know, all right? But it's one way. There are many routes up a mountain. There are many routes up a mountain. I'm going to share one route that I know. There are many of you who know other routes. Again, the question is not to agree with the route, it's to critique so we can grow. Did you know that the first question that God asks in the Bible is, where are you? Where are you? It seems to be quite a significant question. Where are you? It's very important to know where we are. So let me give you an example. When you go into, I believe in this country as well, when you go into a shopping mall, right, and you're looking for a particular place, there's a map sometimes, isn't there? And what is highlighted? What's flashing on the map?
You are here.
You are?
Here.
Ah, because everyone knows that even if you can see the shop that you're meant to get to, correct? If you don't know where you are, it's not helpful. You won't get to where you go. So where are you? And to be honest about where you are, because if you fool yourself, if you think you're on the first floor when you're on the ground floor, you can follow directions, but guess what? Okay, so if I think I'm over here, and I'm facing the wall, I think that, and I want to get some coffee, then I know I've got to turn right and walk however many steps. Correct? I think I'm there. The only problem is I'm not there. I'm somewhere else. I'm over, excuse me, right? I'm over here. I am facing the wall, but I'm over here. So, but I think I'm there. So I turn right and I walk. When you think you are in a place that you are not only will you not reach your destination, but you will hurt people along the way. When you think you are in a place where you are not, you will never reach your destination. And you will hurt people along the way. Where are we? Where am I? I grew up believing that I was middle class. I self-identified as middle class. Middle class? I'm in the middle. The middle of what? The middle of what? My neighborhood? The middle of my country. Just remember which country I come from. Look at the color of my skin. All right? I had an entire system that gave me free privilege. All right? Histories of wealth. But I saw myself as a middle class. So I've grown up believing I was somewhere where I was not. And if you grow up believing you're somewhere where you're not, you will hurt people in your movements. Because you'll be oblivious. So, when I enlarge the frame to my country, and then when I enlarge the frame to the world, I discover that I'm in the top few percent of the world's population. I actually own a motor vehicle. And a computer. And I have running water into my house. How many water inlets do you have in your houses? Count the inlets. Toilet. Sorry? From outside. You know, shower, bath, if you've got toilet, washing machine, sink. Inlets. It tells us a lot about where we are in the pyramid. Okay. Now, before Google Maps, when we got lost, so after phones but before Google Maps, when we got lost, which in my life is all the time, you phone ahead, you say, Jim, I think I'm lost. All right, and Jim says, well, where are you? And I say, Jim, I wouldn't be calling you. That's why I'm calling you. And then he says, wisdom incarnate, he says, well, tell me what you see around you. You know what he said? Tell me what you see around. Oh, I see a gas station there. Well, what kind of gas? Ah, this kind of gas station. Ah, I know where you are. All you got to do is do this, left, right, and then go. Now, can you imagine if he asks me, tell me what you see around you, and I lie to him? I lie to him. He says, isn't there a gas station around there? I say, no, there's no gas station. No gas station. There's no gas station. I haven't seen a gas station for miles. He says, well, then, not helpful, isn't it? Not helpful. So what we learn is this. What we learn is that to the extent that we are truthful, I'm going to spell that with 2 L's, full of truth. To the extent that we are truthful, it is helpful it's full of help. And to the extent that it's helpful, it's hopeful. There is no hope outside of truth. Hope cannot exist in any soil other than truth. 10 measures of truth will give you 10 measures of hope and no more. And therefore, when people ask me, but Alan, are you hopeful? My reply question is, well, how truthful are you? That will tell you how hopeful are you. King brings me great hope. Because look how piercingly truthful he was last night. There's no way he ever could have got away with his life. He was so truthful. But his truth was our hope. So anyone spins you hope that's not based in truth, it's delusion. It's not helpful. And that delusion is based on denial. So the question, where are we? Where are we? Personally and politically and personally. That's why we go to therapies. The therapist can help us find out where we are. That's why we have prophets who see to help us where we are. Get us past the denial and the self-defense mechanisms within us and within our society and world. Now, if hope can only take root in the soil of truth, truthful location. So liberation happens location, location, location. Truthful location, location, location. Then the opposite is dislocation by lies. Because if we can begin to think we're somewhere where we're not, right? that we are being invaded when we're not. But if I can believe that we're being invaded, right, that's placing me now in a particular place we are not. It's dislocation to lies. But I've now accepted it as true, so now I arm myself. So there's a great battle happening between location and dislocation, truth and lies. There's this profound line in James Joyce's short story, A Painful Case. There's this beautiful line about Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy lived a short distance from his body. Mr. Duffy lived a short distance from his body. Dislocation. How many of us live a short distance from our body? How many of us struggle to get in touch with our body, with how we really feel? So this is profoundly within work in Martin Luther King's work, the inner being, the within, and then the without, dislocation, personal living. Now, it seems to me then that our work, and I'm going to use a sporting analogy, which is not always helpful, but for better or worse. This is a squash court. The closest I can think of for you, you play squash as well, but I mean racquetball. Is that right? Help me out, right? I'm like, not with squashes. Okay, so let me try and explain. Those little boxes are service boxes, so you stand over here, you've got a little ball, little rubber ball that gets hotter and hotter as it's hit, and then bounces more, and you hit it against the front wall. There is a line on this front wall, like a net, and but you can hit it only for the service. It has to go over that line. Thereafter, you can just hit it anywhere on this wall. The ball bounces like this, and what you try and do is get the player into the corner. And they're standing somewhere that to return the serve. And the best return of serve is down the wall, like that. And then if you watch squash on TV, which you can all go home now and do on YouTube, okay, and it's just the most boring sport in the world to watch on one level, although it's very, very fast, where you've got people just hitting this ball down the wall, and they just, and it's like literally a centimeter, which is something of an inch. I'm trying. It's so hard, your context. You have to be so different. All right, so going up and down the wall, right? But if you can pin the person back there, right, in the corners and against the walls, then if you go from there, if the person's in that corner and you do a drop shot over here, that span is just too great to get. So the one rule of squash when you learn how to play squash is this. Return to the tee. That's the tee. So every time you hit the ball, go back to the center, the tee. So the person serves, they move there. Because now they are in the best distance to return the next shot. So if the person hits along the wall, then he moves there, and she moves there. Does that make sense? Okay. The rule is return to the tee after every shot. The attack rule is get the person off the tee. Get the person off the tee. Put the person in the corner. Put the person against the wall. The tee. Return to the truth. As a preacher, every Sunday we try and return people to the tea. Why? Because we've been stuck in the corners all week. The corner that says time is money. Time is money. That's dislocation. Time actually is not money. Time, hear this, is time. I can show that. The equation works perfectly. It's TIME equals TIME. I mean, have you ever seen a more perfect equation than that? How did someone get to that? I mean, that just is impossible. But guess what? Guess what? You and I have bought it. Bought. You see how language is economics? We spend time. All right. So now that I've bought into the false reality of time is money, I go to medical school. I learn to be a medical practitioner, and I'm told, actually, we sell time, not healthcare. So when you work in the clinic, you've got a 12-minute appointment. 12-minute appointment. 3 minutes interchange, another 12-minute appointment. We sell time, not healthcare. You see how far removed we are now from real reality, from truth? You get it? We're just all into it. Now we're in the corner. And when we start getting our 12-minute appointments, what do they call it? When we put them all together, they say, well done. And then they give you more money. So now that's what they meant, and they call it success. But what we've in actual fact been doing is we're stuck in a corner. We haven't returned to the tea, and they've kept us in the corner. It's a false frame. Time is money. It's a lie. But it's a lie that very few of us question, because it's just so part of our culture, of capitalism. So capitalism has made everything a commodity, including time. So return to the tea. Return is a fairly biblical word. Turn, repent, same word. Repent so that we can be restored, recreated, and most importantly, not spell, but resurrected. Returning to the teas. And what truth? The truth about real reality. That time is time. And it's actually a gift. Real reality, this king flipped around, God, another, if you want to use that interchangeably. And then the truth, returning to the truth of real reality, the truth of who God is, the truth of who we are. That we're walking miracles. Now it seems to me all literature is contesting literature. All literature. To understand a narrative, we need to ask the question, what narrative is this narrative contesting? What is it contesting? Because what is always being contested, really at its depth, is what we could call, I'll put it here, the natural order. What is the natural order of things? And that's contested. Right? That's the question. Another way of saying the natural order is who is welcome? Who is welcome? Who is chosen? It's another question of the natural order. And then if you can work out who's not chosen, then there are rules for them and there are rules for us and them, the natural order. So you work out the natural order between men and women, between nationalities, between people with different color skin. And it's based on something, all right? And then it's imprinted, and this is the natural order that's there. So the natural order that King was contesting, the proposed natural order, was white supremacy, correct? In the speech that we learned last night, he was contesting a nationalism, he was contesting the definition of family, he was contesting more. And that's what his narrative. If you don't know what he's contesting, you're not going to understand the radicalness of what he's saying. And the second thing that King is challenging all the time, first is, who is welcome? Everyone or only some? That's always the question. Everyone welcome or some? And then it's some on the basis of this or that or this or that or this. The second thing King contests is not just who is welcome, but we realize that the natural order that the powers say is, should not be conviction. What is wrong, not right. And therefore, he now has to contest the means of bringing change. And what he's always contesting is violence as a means to bring change from what is to what ought to be. He's always contesting. Now, if we can understand what he's contesting, who's welcome, who's chosen, and how to bring change, then we get to his foundation. Because his speeches are about all are chosen and non-violence. I want to get deeper beneath that to try and get to how did he come to that? How did he come to a different understanding of the natural order? I'll repeat what I've said just in a different way. It seems to me, and I know it seems to me that at the end of the day there's one word that defines kind of everything of dislocation, and that is apartheid, of which a dislocation. What is dislocation? Getting us in the corner, getting us against the wall, away from the team. And what does apartheid mean? It means separation. Diabolos, in Greek, kind of the devil, diabolos, means the one who divides our lives. And what is the great lie? The great lie is that we're separate. So what's the natural order? The natural order is separation. That's the great lie. We're divided, separate, separation. So it's apartheid. That's the great lie. Now there are multitudes of apartheids. I've grown up in apartheid. So have you. Let me explain one apartheid that I'm imagining most of us have, if not all of us. I pray to God that some of us haven't. But I'd be very surprised if it's not all of us that have grown up under this apartheid. The largest apartheid, in other words, the largest division by lies, false division, The separation is a lie. The largest apartheid results in human supremacy. That's what I've been raised under. Human supremacy, that you are separate from creation. That's what I've grown up. I do not see myself connected to the mountain. I do not see myself connected to the stream, to the fish, to the flower, to the whale. I would love to, but I don't. I see myself as separate from. For the overwhelming majority of years of my life, I never questioned that. If you asked me to draw myself, I would draw everything under my epidermis. My epidermis held me. I now know in my head I'm connected to the trees, but I can't get there emotionally easily because I've been so steeped in this apartheid of human supremacy. I know it's in my head that I'm not superior to the whale, but I believe it in my gut I am. The groups of people, indigenous people, who believed they were one with the salmon, one with the clouds, one with the trees, one with the mountains, we killed them and called them pagans. We killed our saviors, the Messiah, who could teach us to not live in apartheid with creation. And because we killed those messiahs, we now have a world that is dying. The second largest apartheid, can we guess? Second largest apartheid. So if this is almost all humanity, not all, but almost all humanity. Male supremacy, which is not 100% of humanity, 50%. I've also grown up in that world, and it's taught me over and over and over again that I'm superior, women are inferior. That when a woman says no, no doesn't mean no in a patriarchal society, no means defiance. The third most prolific apartheid, adult supremacy. Have you grown up in these apartheids? I have. And then from there, it diverges to a whole lot of isms, which are all based on the lie of apartheid. So then it goes from tribe, village, town, and the separate from them, wherever they are, in the other town, in the other village, right? And we are superior to them. They are defiled, they are dirty. And so you have the ism of the other, right? And then you have empire and you have colonialism, right? And that division, that separation, that apartheid. And by the way, while that apartheid is happening, all these apartheids are being transferred at the same time. It's never just one. And then you get to around sexuality, around gender, always around class. There's always a separation between rich and poor, all right? So you know this stuff, all these isms, all the different apartheids. But they come from the great lie, which is the false reality. The lie of Davos divides by lies that we are all separate. But in fact, the truth is, if we, well, it's going to get painful going up and down, but if we return to the truth, The truth is, we are all one. And what does capitalism do? Capitalism is like really, really clever. All right? Brilliant, in fact, certainly in the English language. That's the truth. And how do they spell it? They turned everything into a competition. And now we play to win. In other words, we are in the corner. As long as we win, we're happy in the corner. And so what our job is all the time is to return to the team. Return to the team. Return to one. And all of these apartheids, I'm not going to flip the board again, you know it. All of these apartheids, because it's false reality, in other words, it's against reality, against God, but against real reality. In other words, it's against the weight of the universe, right? It requires great force to keep in place. So it is a violence in and of itself. Each one of those apartheids are violences, but they require explicit violence to be in place. So apartheid in my country on the issue of the color of one's skin, okay, is a violence, but it required massive violence to uphold. And then what happens is, because it's false reality, people rebel against the false reality, because intuitively we know what we were born for, namely freedom. So as we revolt, then that gives the reason for the violence, according to the people who want to keep us separate. And so the thing goes. This kind of theology I found really, really helpful, just naming sin as separation. Thank you to Paul Tillich. Not sin leads to separation, but separation is sin. Sin as separation. That's the great lie. Because if you and I buy into that at base level, now we've bought into a false reality. So everything we build on that false reality will lead to violences. Because it's a violence against reality. It's a violence against the truth. Now, with each one of these apartheids, if you benefit from it, right, you benefit from it, when it is challenged or removed, it is easy to feel greatly violated. Someone once said, we're not sure who said it. If any of you know who said the following words, I'd be grateful for the reference, but I've never been able to find it. If all you have ever known is privilege, then equality will feel like oppression. If all you've ever known is privilege, then equality will feel like oppression. And when it feels like oppression, guess what you say about yourself? I'm a victim. I'm being victimized. No, I'm a victim. And so you can have the person in one of the most perceived, powerful positions in the world self-identifying as a victim. And when you have critical race theory that is a lens of power to analyze what is, to help us get back to the T, right? That's the first thing you're going to attack. The first thing you're going to attack is any movement back to the T. So look carefully about what is being dismantled first, because that for them is the greatest threat. DEI, critical race theory. That's the stuff that shows the power. It's the lens of power. So it exposes the powerful. Do we want that? No, that's the first thing we're going to delete. And anything that gets people to return to the T, we're going to delete. We're going to get people back in their corners. How we do? in? Feel free to engage, and we'll have a break. Yeah.
I think it's rather more of a natural order because nature's order is balance.
Yeah.
So that's what the word
So thank you. I'm calling it natural order because that's what they call it. Okay. So what would be helpful? So the reason I'm using that is because the people in power call it that this is the natural order. This is how. That's the language. So I would invite, if you can find an alternative flip to that, so that I can put that alongside it to help us to get out of the corner of their language, I'd appreciate that. You got ideas? Okay, the manufactured. So now you're doing what King did last night, who said, you know, they've kind of, the enemies that they want us to have, sort of thing. So you're saying this, we won't call it the natural order, we'll call it, you know, the manufactured. Okay, order or quotation. That's very helpful. Thank you. Others? I will repeat for everyone if I can't hear me.
For the longest time, men in our society have invoked the so-called natural order every time women made some complaint about their ability status, wanted to change it, or seeking equal rights with their male counterparts. They would say, no, that's against the natural order. We can't have that. We can't have equality. We can't have women voting. Or women working outside the home.
So now we know it's a manufactured natural order. That's very helpful. Want to say something else? Okay. Thanks, Keith.
Is there a reason that you didn't list as one of the great apartheids, separation from God?
Yeah. Because we're going to come to it.
Yes.
So that's the great lie. Yes, we've been taught that. We've been taught we're separate. We've got to, you know, do certain things, either sacrifice or make confession, to be able to close the gap. And what we learned this morning is that God is on our lips. All rights we live and move and have our being in God. I reversed that this morning. God lives and moves and has God's being in us. There's no such thing as separation from God. But that's what we've been taught. And if you taught that, so we could move here to, we'll get on to Christian supremacy. All right? And what you've just mentioned there, it's the lie of being separate from God. Because if we can establish, if you can buy the lie, you're separate from God. Don't worry, Lee. If you come to my church on Sunday, I got an in connection here. I can kind of put you back together again, all right? And then Holy Communion, baptism, we close the gap a little bit. And of course, can you write out a check? Okay. So, thank you for that. Anyone else? Yeah, there's a mic.
I'm just curious your thoughts on, can we do anything substantial enough to any individual supremacy if we do not correct the great lie?
Yeah, so great question, and I think that's a question that needs to, so in all of our work, we need to be realizing that what we're doing, we need to try and get to the depth. So that's what King is doing last night. I mean, he took us, weren't you tired last night? He took us for over an hour just to, have a verdict on Vietnam, and then he wanted to go deeper. All right? So all of our work is partial. But even in the partial work that we do, it must be consistent with the everlasting work. That's why means are so important. The end is embodied in the means that you're using along the way. And sometimes that comes down to the conscience. So I will not do this because it's against the end that that the real life of separation. And other times we do what we can in between. I don't know if I'm answering, but I think it's a lovely question for an organization and for a person to keep before. Am I really dealing with a real issue? There's another speech of King's where he says, I can't get his quotes right, but it's like, so these are my words, please, but it's like we need to do the real work now. Stop performing, performance is not going to get us to this thing. You really got to do some serious stuff. So I think that's what it is. Yeah.
When you asked if anything was surfacing, what really resonated with me was when you said that apartheids require massive amounts of violence to maintain. And what immediately came to mind was, what's happening in Gaza right now, and the great efforts being expended by the Zionist interests in the United States to suppress, in all areas of society, any kind of pro-life sentiment, to save the people of Gaza from starvation and bombing by American bombs. And there's just this massive infusion of money and resources being put into this country to shut down universities and to shut down dissent. And to me, that it's a perfect example of the narrative of Israeli or Jewish supremacy and the supremacy of people above the people in Gaza. I think people in this country have now sort of gotten wise, and so our government is now working hand in hand to shut this down. And in your country, for example, your ambassador has been sent home. So all of this to me is happening. It's so interesting that King was living this in his time, but I see it playing out as we speak in a very real way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this is on repeat. It's on repeat. As he said, it would be on repeat. He said if we don't get to the real depth of the issue, right, we're going to have repeat. And now what you're saying is you're seeing the repeat all around, and you're exactly right. And it's the same playbook. Same playbook, just different criteria for the playbook. Others? Someone over there? You want?
Yeah, I did have a thought. Mine is more just when I saw adult supremacy, what surfaced to me is I wanted almost it to say like middle-aged supremacy. Just part of the way that the village is destroyed is our elders are not given a voice, our young people are not given a voice.
But it's the people in the corner that speak the loudest, which often are the middle-aged group. So anyway, it's just a thought when I get into specific.
Thank you.
Okay.
This side.
Here, corner
So I wrote some notes down where you're talking about truth. That's
Put
always,
the mic right here.
so I wrote some notes down while you're talking about truth because we all need to go back to the truth. And my notes are, and I understand how you're defining truth, but people define that differently. And determining what that is can be difficult. And it can be distorted, so it's sometimes difficult to see. And I was just thinking about my own life because I work with a very diverse group of people with lots of different faith backgrounds and lots of different beliefs, and where we come, how do we deal with that in a diverse group on what really is true? We're trying to make change, because we might all define that differently, and that can just make our work difficult.
Yeah. So we're talking big letter truth. Your experience can lead to people saying, we'll come to a bit of that, but just before we have a break, what we need to see is what Caitlin is pointing out. Every one of these supremacists, every one, you will find Christian, inverted commas, teaching that has validated that apartheid. So what Caitlin is referring to around, dominion over is our human supremacy, the sixth, seventh day, kind of be on the top of the pyramid, assuming that that's the way it went. Male supremacy, scriptures, adult supremacy. The next one, foreigner, born here, born there, and then all the isms. People are always searching for a scripture that can validate the lie of division. And what does the lie do? Divide, so we can rule, we can control, and we can have more for ourselves. And when you threaten that, then I feel like now I'm being the victim. I'm the victim. So just by the way, in my country, white South Africans, which make up about 7% of the population, are still the most likely demographic to be employed than any other. But apparently about 70,000 want to come here as refugees. Right? Okay, so the lie, they say there's white genocide. So that's the lie. And some people who wear t-shirts, tech support next to the president. So some people have asked me about my shirt. If you haven't seen Elon Musk, one of his favorite shirts is tech support. And he stands next to the president, and it's funny. Ha ha, and this tech support. Not the wealthiest person in the world, but I'm just tech support. And so what we really need to counter tech support is text support. And the text, which you're trying to Google this quickly, is it's very hard for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. Like a camel through the eye of a needle, and guess what? There's a footnote, John, to that text. Okay, so it's difficult for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. Footnote, it's really difficult for the richest person in the world to enter. Okay, yeah, come on. Then we'll have a break.
I wanted to ask all on theology if you would reflect on what you mentioned last night, which is the theology of suffering that King brings to this speech and to his public ministry. Because I think on a very personal level, a lot of us struggle with what King struggled with. The speech is very powerful, but we know the details of his life, and frankly, I think we need to prepare ourselves for the public parading of those details, because it's the design of this administration to do that. But it's well known that King believed in returning to this truth, and that he knew that very powerful forces were opposed to that, and that it was personally depressing to have to deal with that. So what does a theology of suffering, a theology of resurrection offer us at a very personal level in the face of that kind of resistance in this world?
Yeah. Jonathan, can we hold that question a bit just among us? I mean, that's, see, I told you we push the boat out as far as we can go, and then we help each other to push the boat further, and that question pushes the boat further. So thank you for that. I'm hoping we can maybe circle to get closer to that boat as we go on in the day. But we've heard the question, did you hear that? The struggle. And if we're going to return to T, the truth, that question invites us to another aspect of truth. That's a hard truth. But we are better off dealing with that truth, acknowledging it, accepting it, right, and denying it. So thank you. Let's have a little break, shall we? Huh? Time before lunch, so we'll put in a quick session. All right. Thank you to everyone who's provided coffee and a feast. Really, can we put our hands together? Okay, so our task is to return to the T, to get out of the corner. Remember, we're saying that if you want to understand the narrative, you need to understand what the narrative is contesting. All right? And the most helpful thing I learned to understand the Bible was to learn what the Bible was contesting. That the Bible is written as like all, which I've only, took years for me to figure that one, is all literature is contesting something. And the Bible is written contesting an existing theology. What is theology? It's another way of saying manufactured natural order. All right? Theology. Theology is trying to say how the world is and how it's meant to be. That's a manufactured natural order. All right? So, very briefly now, we've spoken about the manufactured natural order. Let me try and explain it. We bow in great thanksgiving. If I put my post-it up, I would have put Walter Wink on the board. Walter Wink wrote a little book called Jesus' Third Way, and he flew into a little country called Lesotho and walked illegally across the border and came and distributed these little books. And along with Strength to Love, that little book changed my life. So we are grateful for the people who've gone before us. But very helpfully, this whole kind of manufactured natural order goes something like this, and it's put into theology. I would call it a God story. Some people call it religion. I just call it a God story. All right? And it goes like this, that there's God up there, or gods, and the king, listen to the language, the king incarnates God on earth. The king, listen to the language, the king is an image of God. If you want to know what God is like, look at the king. Right? This is domination theology, empire theology. If you want to know what God looks like, look at the king. And the priests teach us that. They teach us that because they're on the payroll of the king. It's called patronage and priesthood. And if you don't buy the story that the king is the image of God, and therefore the structure beneath the king is from God, it's the way it should be, the manufactured natural order, or they would say it's divinely manufactured. Right? Then the military will help you, persuade you that. So the king incarnates God on earth. If you ask the king, are you sure? The king will say, let me just check with God. No, seriously. And then the king comes back and says, I checked with God, and God actually says I should be king. Those in power, Romans 13, you wouldn't be in power if you weren't put there by God. That's an empire passage. Paul is writing that not to endorse that, to counter it. He's saying, this is what you all believe. And then he counts it with the next verses. But we've read it as if Paul was saying it. Always figure out what is the contested literature. So, and then God has chosen people. And who's the chosen for the domination of God's story? It's always, obviously, the king, but the elite. The chosen people are the elite. Wherever the elite are, they're the chosen people. And how do we know they're the chosen people? Because they're elite. Duh. The enslaved over here, right? They are taught not to ask, how can I be free? But how can I be a good slave? How can I be a good woman? Not how can I be liberated? Okay. And because the king incarnates God, or the king is an image of God, to please God, you must please the king. How do you please God? Through sacrifice. How do you please the king? Through sacrifice. Your life, and also everything else. And so the king and God are one. To resist slavery is the highest treason. It's to go against the natural order. And unquestioned obedience is the highest virtue. And the great lie is always the great lie of apartheid, separation. And in this case, kind of a minor lie that fits under that heading is you are your position in society. You are your position in society. That's who you are. So can you see how you're given a false identity now? Okay? Or can you see, I mean, do you know how much Elon Musk is worth? Can you hear the language? Can you see what we've done with the language? We've now applied human worth, but you know what I was meaning. I was actually asking how much money he has, but we don't phrase it that way. We say, how much is he worth? So now worth, human worth, is attached to how much you have. And the moment you buy into that, the moment you answer the question and say, instead of saying, excuse me, that's a false question, you're putting me in a false frame, you're putting me in a corner, I refuse to go there, I'm remaining at T, because the real answer is, he's worth no more, no less than anyone else is worth. That's at the T, that stands at the T. But if we answer it, well, how many billion now we know? And because you have less than him, you are less worth than him. Now we're all in the corner. They get us to play in the corner. And the motivation, I'll just put it down here, motivation, there are two ingredients of motivation. It's fear and envy. Fear and envy. Fear that you drop down in your position, or you go right down, it's called hell. Rock bottom, it's hell. And envy, to get higher, heaven. So fear and envy are the motivating tools for how this pyramid operates, how the system operates. Envy and what the king really wants, the king only wants one thing, to remain king. And therefore wants or requires loyalty. So how does a king get loyalty? The king asks one question. Just one question, then I'll find out whether you loyalty. Was the last election stolen or not? If you say yes, it was stolen, now I know, because everyone, including the king, knows it's a lie. Don't be fooled that the king doesn't know it's a lie. The king knows it's a lie. Now, loyalty test is, are you prepared to enter into that false frame with me? In other words, the lie. Because now I've got you. You can't leave now because everyone knows you're a liar. You bought into the lie. Now I've got your loyalty. Yeah, lots of people. Yeah, all right. So fear and envy. Okay, now remember, now we will discover how radical the biblical theology is, which manufactures another natural order, which I would call truth. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing, but that's what they say. They say this is a divine natural order. I'm going to say the same thing, divine natural order. It goes like this. This is remarkable. What's so remarkable is one God of many. And who bears the image of God? Who bears the image of God in the biblical story? Excuse me? All. Now you see the radicals? You see what you've just moved from? You've moved from literally the story of the way things are, that only the King incarnates God, is the image of God. And now we have the democratization of God's image in every single human being. So every single human being. So if someone was hearing that for the first time, if a preacher stood up and said, Pam, hey, Chris, Daniel, you are born in the image of God. You have been taught that only the King is born in the image of God. And so now you sit up a little straighter because now you realize you are being called royalty. But you happen to be at the bottom of the pyramid. No one has ever called you royalty. They call you a whole lot of other things, but not royalty. You getting it? Okay, so suddenly now, out of the nothingness, you become somebodyness. That's the language of King. It's the movement from nobodyness to somebodyness. The movement from nobodyness to somebodyness. God is not violence, God is love. That's God's essence. God has no favorites. But that's not good enough. That's like all lives matter. God has no favorites. All lives matter. All right? Not enough. We don't get it. So all lives matter, yes, but God decides to choose those whose lives in this world do not matter, to show us that all lives matter. So God chooses the Hebrews. Says, those are my chosen people. Hebrews. Now in the previous story, the king was God's chosen and the elite were God's chosen. So you can see how revolutionary this chosenness is now. God has no favorites, but just so that we can get that, God chooses people right at the bottom to show us that no one is left out. And what's more, this God is an enemy-loving God. An enemy-loving God. Romans 5, we were enemies. It's such good news to know that God is an enemy. You know, when we hear God is an enemy-loving God, we think of them. But in actual fact, it starts here. You know, that means God actually loves Alan. Because there have been so many times we have been God's enemy. Love's enemy. Truth's enemy. Gentleness's enemy. And the big instruction is, it's a C. Choose life. The giver of life wants you to choose life. That's the big instruction. So we learn then that God is love and God chooses these. So the story goes like this. God who only, in the old story, only communicates with the king via the priests, or directly. Here, in this story, God hears the cries of the Hebrews, which, by the way, would have been considered heresy back in the day. Why? Because God only listens to the king. So when someone came up with the idea that actually God hears our cries, that's a whole different communication network that, in fact, is illegal. It's a heresy. It's treasonous. Right? If you're seeing this as contesting literature, if you only taught this story, you can't see how radical it is. You can't see what it's contesting. You can't see how it would make the people in power nervous. And I'll turn over the page. Well, let me just stick to this for the Hebrews. So who are the Hebrews? Sorry? What is that? Robbers. Huh, that's an interesting translation. I haven't heard that before. My understanding of the translation of Hebrew in Hebrew means crossovers. Does that sound right?
They were often accused of being able to slow down on their weapons and steal and go back up into their lair and escape, so they crossed over into the dark.
Okay.
Spies, the challenge, so they
Okay, so that's an interesting interpretation. So the interpretation is that they were actually like thieves. That's describing. My question goes a little deeper, a little bit different. What does the word Hebrew mean in Hebrew? I gave you the answer, it means crossover.
And do you know crossover from what?
No, hang on, you Nancy, you are too fast. You need to slow down, girl. Okay? Okay, so crossover. So now we think, this Nancy's ahead of us, we're going to think of crossovers. All right? Now let's think with Nancy, why would a group of people be called crossovers? Why? Why would a group of people be called crossovers? How do you get such a name? So, nomadic, without home. Think refugee. Yeah, think foreigner. So, you leave, either for threat or impoverishment. You arrive, you're not welcome. You leave, you arrive, you're not welcome. You leave, you arrive, you're not welcome. Think from Syria. Get on a little boat, across into a country, not welcome, into another country. You cross over. So the crossovers are the most vulnerable people because they're not born here. They don't have place. There's no home for them. They're called aliens, which is the most dehumanizing thing you can call someone, because you're literally saying you're not from this planet. And we still have legislation with those words, dehumanizing legislation. Right? They put us in the corner. When you start using that language, we're in the corner. When you come out of the corner, back to the T. So the crossovers are the most marginalized, vulnerable people. Okay. We have been taught Hebrew, Jew, Israelite. We use them as synonyms. Like when you hear the one, you think about, right? Now there's some truth to that. There's some truth to that, but it's not completely a complete synergy. That Hebrews is less a term of descendants than it is a socio-political economic term. It's describing a socio-political economic standing in the world. As the word unhoused. Why would a group of people be called unhoused? Why? That's obvious. Why would they be? Because they're unhoused. So tell me, do any of you know unhoused people? Any seeing unhoused people? Any of you? Tell me, are they all the same religion? Are they? All the same color? All the same nationality? Aha. It's a diverse group of people. But what do they have in common? Socio-economic, political reality. So if you look at the unhoused people in my country, I can tell you right now, overwhelmingly there's a majority. The majority is black. Different religions, not totally, different religions, different color, different sexuality, different. But overwhelmingly there's, so overwhelmingly there may have been a particular group of people that you could identify as Israelite Jew. Does that make sense? But Hebrew is a specific socio-economic political term. Now question. According to the contested narrative, who's God's chosen? The elite. The biblical narrative counters that narrative. Who's God's chosen in the biblical story? The Hebrews. Who are the Hebrews? The crossovers. Who are the crossovers? Work with me. The marginalized, the vulnerable, the oppressed, the disenfranchised. They are God's chosen people. It's not based on religion, culture, or descendancy. God cares nothing. Absolutely nothing. God can take these stones and make Abram's children out of these stones. You working with me? That's what Jesus says. Don't get so hooked up on who your descendants or who your ancestors are. Stop worshipping your ancestors. That doesn't make you special. God loves everyone, and then we can't understand that, so God gets specific. He says, God's chosen are the Hebrews, the marginalized, the oppressed, etc. Now, therefore, you're picking up the logic from that now. Therefore, if you are oppressed and marginalized, you are God's chosen. If you're not oppressed and marginalized, guess what? What? Guess what? You're not God's chosen. Hallelujah. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yeah? You're not God's chosen. Get it? That's it. Beautiful. That's the truth. Who are the chosen? The least. So it works like this. Works like this. You have an organization working with the unhoused. Your organization has a budget. You can say, this year we can house 20 people, right? So guess what you do? You choose 20 people. They are your chosen people. They're unhoused. Correct? They're Hebrews. You choose them. They are your chosen people. You choose them. You use your budget. Voila. 20 people housed. Next year, those unhoused people now fully housed do not walk around saying, I'm unhoused. I'm unhoused. They say, I used to be unhoused, now I'm housed. And you know what the organization does? It gets new funding and says, this year we can house 30 people. So we're going to choose 30 new people. So they've got 30 new chosen people. You go on a journey, correct? With the hope that maybe 1 or 2 or 3 out of this 20 were so moved with gratitude that they were chosen as Hebrews, that they now say, listen, can I volunteer some time to actually help you choose others? And so our role is not to be the chosen, it's to make the same choice of the divine, of who the chosen are. Why would you want to be the chosen? That's to be oppressed. That we've been taught But if you've got certain ancestors who are more special, then you're chosen, and then you can have special land. You can claim land. Now, the moment you do that, the moment you have to have violence to enable that. And to protect. The Holy Land is not a place to visit. It is every place to honor. The Holy Land is not a place to visit. It is every place to honor. Every place is the Holy Land. Every land is holy. So we'll do a little bit more work on who we are, because the previous domination empire theology keeps on telling us who we are. False selves puts us in the corner. So the biblical narrative says, okay, you're born in the image, one of God. Born in the image of God, which means you're royalty. We get that now because we understand what the narrative is contesting. But it also means that we're not just material, we're more than. We kind of material, we are material, but we're also mystery. We're material, we live by bread, but we're also mystery, we don't live by bread alone. It's the getting to the truth of who we are. Born in the image of God. We're born in the image of soil, stardust, soil, earth creature. God fashions an earth creature. We're from the soil. And then from a rib of each other, we form, right? We're from each other. That's who we are. Image of God, mystery, material. We're from the soil and from each other. So then, based on who we are, we make policy. But if you don't get who you are, right, then you're going to have policy honoring a false self. So if you're buying into separation and supremacy, then policy is going to enforce separation and supremacy, correct? The most amazing translation or understanding of politics that I've read, one of Martin Luther King's colleagues, Walter Fauntroy, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but he says this, you can take a photograph of it later, he says, politics is the process by which we in a democracy create laws from our beliefs. That's what we're going to do. In a democracy, we create laws from our beliefs. 2, politics is the process of determining who gets how much of the whats, the whens, the wheres, and the hows in 5 areas. Income, education, healthcare, housing, justice. Then he says, those who did vote saw their beliefs that all people are not created equal and translated into public policy, and that policy gave less income, less education, less health, less housing, less justice to African Americans. So if you have a belief that not everyone is equal, right, then you put that in policy, and guess what it does? Less education, less housing, less. Or, if you have a belief that all people are equal, then you change your policy. Politics. it's based on your understanding of the person, people's person. So let's see what the Hebrews came up with. The great story then, this liberality wrestlers, people who want to get back to the T here, right? That I brought you out of your land of Egypt, your house of slavery. In other words, you were saved by grace. Okay? So have no other. And what's the grace? The grace is repersoning you out of the corner. And then so have no other. That's a preamble here. And then don't make an image, or the other way around, use the name of God in vain. Don't make an image of God. There's such a temptation to make holy places your God. Places that are meant to be a channel to, or places that pretend to be all powerful. Be careful your relationship with them. Idolatry is happening. And then don't say things about this God that are not true. So don't be like Billy Graham, who says to George Bush I that actually if you go into Iraq, you go with God's blessing. Don't say that. You're breaking the third or second commandment. You've got the wrong God, Billy. Right? Now, 3 things are about God, which you would hope, right, that you and I understand that we're not God. We're not God. That means you're not God. That means I'm not worshiping you. That means I'm not God. Don't worship me. What are the 10 Commandments? It's a freedom charter by people who don't want to re-enter slavery. How do you re-enter slavery? What's the first step to slavery? When you start treating people like they were God, like they were more special, or when you expect to be treated as if you were God. That's the beginning of slavery. So this is about radical equality. You're not God, I'm not God, we're equal. Just remember that, and we won't be enslaved again. We won't have that pyramid. The 4th commandment, don't worry, we're only going to do 5. I know you were going to 4, Sabbath. There's a day, there's a year, and there's Jubilee. And those are policy. That's personhood, and that's policy. Please notice how the policy honors the personhood. The policy honors the personhood. Who are we? We're born in the beautiful image of God. We're material, we're mystery. So every 7th day, remember you're beautiful, remember you're beloved, enjoy being enjoyed, because God said you are good, you are very good. Okay? So every 7th day, honor that part of your personhood, that you're beautiful, that you're beloved. Please, and remember these are previously enslaved, they would be in hysterics right now with the Sabbath. Okay? They would say, after we've realized that none of us are God, Moses, write down that we're not allowed to work. And you can't be serious. You can't have a law not to work. We know about obeying laws to make us work 24/7, 365. And they say, no, write it down, Moses. Come on, I dare you, Moses, write it down. That we will be commanded not to work. In fact, it's going to be a sin to work all the time. It's going to be a sin to be enslaved. Because the enslaved don't get days off. So they put it right up there in front. Can you feel the humor? They're laughing their heads off. All right? And then they say, on this day, we're just going to lie back and rest like this and just enjoy being enjoyed. Right? Like we're not just born in the image of God, we're born in the image of soil. So every 7th year, let the soil rest. give the soil liberation, give the soil Sabbath every seventh year. And then guess what? We're not just from God, we're not just from the soil, we're from each other. And every 49 years, come on, we're honest enough about ourselves. We're honest enough about ourselves. That every 49 years, society has got out of whack. That we're from each other, but some of us have too much, and because some of us have too much, some of us have too little. So every 50th year, we're going to honor that we're from each other, and therefore we're going to redistribute. We're going to redistribute. So we check the policy on the person. Their policy honors their person. And then I'll just go to number 5, just 5, because it's the odd one. It's the odd commandment. And it's seen, we need to always remember who's writing and why. So who's writing? Previously enslaved. Previous people who are up against the powers. These commandments are to check the powers so that all can remain free. So the next commandment is, children, basically, honor your parents. Honor your parents. Just honor your parents. Doesn't say children, honor your parents. Now, how do we understand that? What comes to mind? It's used as adult supremacy. That's how it's been used. All right? So when you hear that, honor your parents. I'll tell you what comes into my mind. You can help me if it doesn't come into your mind, right? I think of a little one, little child, and I think of an adult like me. That's what I think of. That's strange, because who's got the power in the relationship between the young child and the adult? Who's got the power? Who's got the power? The adult. So why would the commandment be to honor the powerful? Especially if the whole tenet of all of them is to check the powerful. So in other words, I've been taught it incorrectly and I've got that imprinted in me. It's like when I asked you to pronounce the word, you said Yahweh, but there were no vowels then. You just, you think you see something, but it's not there. So I see a little one and I see an adult. But the little one then is now forced to obey. It sounds like this is Babylonian, it's empire theology. But what happens if we change it? Like to my life, my dad is 87 years old. Sometimes he needs a little help. Now I'm scared that this is being recorded, and he might never see this, and then I get into big trouble. Because he might contest that narrative. He's prone to contesting narratives. Okay, but you with me now? So now, honor your parents. So who has power now? The person, the middle-aged person who is economically maybe self-sufficient, correct? Okay? But the parent now is entering a time where they may not be economically, they may not be physically, you getting me? Right? So now can you see the difference in the power differential? So as you come into your power, and now the relationship shifts, you better honor your parents. In other words, honor. Okay, we've got a few minutes before lunch. I'll leave it there. Feel free to engage. What we've done is try and paint a picture of a narrative that keeps on surfacing, by the way. It's the narrative of the chosen of the elite, keeps on resurfacing. Everyone's always trying to manufacture a natural order. And they do it through narrative. It's a sin to be gay. There's your narrative. The priests tell us. And you can't be gay and Christian at the same time. That narrative. So that's just the next one that falls into the hierarchy. And it forces the church into a corner. and the church get involved in it, because I think that's the issue. And you end up with an absurdity like this. Certainly, I retired last year, after 33 years in the ministry, and for 33 years I can tell you there were 3 words: sin, sex, 3 3-letter words. 3 3-letter words. And for 33 years I can tell you the church was obsessed with linking those 2 3-letter words. And for 33 years, left out that. For 33 years, that, I mean, wasn't it lovely? Thank you to those who fed us. Just wait for everyone to join us. All right, so we set free by grace and partnership. God has to set wishes on fire sometimes to get us to enroll, to get us to go and address Pharaoh. We set free from this pyramid. Remember that the king, if you read his Exodus, a new king comes, and the king is defined or understood as being forgetful and fearful. Forgetful of God. The story of Joseph. Forgetful of God, or when somebody is forgetful of God, they have forgotten the first 3. And if you're forgetful of God, you might just begin to think that you are God. And fearful. Fearful of who? The people. The word used is Israelites. Fearful. When someone is fearful, in other words, full of fear, what does fear do? Fear casts out love. So if you are fearful, you are loveless. If you are fearful, you are loveless. So now we know who Pharaoh was. Pharaoh was someone who had God delusions and was loveless. And came up with legislation we'll look at later this afternoon, this evening, as case study of Pharaoh and that liberation struggle to help us in ours. But anyway, we go off and we spend 40 years, and as Arthur Wesker invites us to see that symbolically as gestation, labor, pregnancy, birth. That's how long it takes for us to be impregnated by God's vision for the world, and we birth it out. But the prophets were very clear. This is who we are, and therefore come up with policies that honor the person. But if you forget who you are, you're going to come up with other policies. Or if you change the policies, you're denying who you really are. And what will happen? We'll go back off into enslavement. And we see that happen. And this time, it's one of our own. We would identify as one of our own. He's actually the king. Right? And just to tell you like a little bit around our South African history, that's not easy. We discovered as a church, it was far easier for us to challenge those who we had been used to seeing as our enemy. Right? We weren't eating with them, we weren't hanging out with them, we weren't entertaining with them. You with me? They were there, we were here, and we were clear that the slightest misdeed, we would hold their feet to the fire. Alright? But when our friends were elected into power, who we knew socially or politically, right? When they did something that if the previous regime had done, we would have been a very clear analysis and now maybe we discovered it is harder to speak truth to friends. Harder to speak truth to friends sometimes. We had a president who did not believe HIV caused AIDS. During a time when this country, as a result of the most incredible organized movement since the Civil Rights Movement called ACTA, enabled life-saving drugs to be made accessible. And it took an organization, one of the first, to my knowledge, organizations in South Africa, we had to take the new government to court to provide medication. We could understand it in the previous regime, because they were a regime about death. But it blew our minds that we'd have to take the new regime to court so that you can just have life-saving medication. And so one of the painful things we are experiencing as a country and we're journeying with is that we can become what we hate. It's a very painful thing to face. We can become what we hate. I'm going to put this up on the board. The Hebrews get into power, which means they're no longer Hebrews. They are forgetful. Forgetful. That's why always the commandment, remember, remember, remember. Remember you were wandering, Arabian. Remember. Remember you were once But anyway, they forget, and in their forgetfulness, they change their policies or don't practice their policies, and they become fearful, and then you need to rely on, because the policies are violent now, doing violence are policies. So you need explicit violence to back up implicit policy violence, always. But the one command, the one instruction from the God of life, it never changes. It's always the same choice, life and death before you. And we give an answer. I mean, it's like, no. Give an answer. Please choose life. Martin Luther King came to that. He said, non-violent coexistence, there's no choice. Non-violent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. Same choice. And it occurs over and over again. Isolationism today, death, or an interconnected world where we all gather together to deal with the largest issue before us. All right, life and death. Now here's the interesting thing for me, see, is how come, I mean, you don't have to tell a plant, choose life. You don't have to tell a giraffe, choose life. How come we seem to be the only living being that needs that instruction? Okay, we get the consciousness and the freedom of choice. You know, that's the gift of being born in the image of love, because love, by definition, needs to have the freedom not to love for the love that it's doing to mean anything. Love must have the freedom not to love, otherwise it's not love. So to be born in the image of love is a risky thing, because to be born in the image of love, we must be born with the freedom not to love. Okay, it's part of what makes love meaningful. Absolutely, the essence of love. But why would we choose death? I don't think any of us would willingly want to choose death. I'm not talking through depression and suicide now. I'm just looking, you know, there's life and death. It seems like an obvious thing. When I asked you to block your nose and mouth, none of you did it. Just none of you took me seriously. Just none of you. You rebels. Okay. So when do we choose death? We choose death when we choose life for some and not all. That's when we choose death. We choose death when we choose life for some and not all. Jesus said it, if you want to save your life, you want to choose life just for yourself, you're going to lose it. You want to save your institution, you're going to lose it. You want to save your nation, you're going to lose it. You want to put your nation first, you're going to be lost. That's the track you're on. Get out of the corner. You're on the track to be lost. Choose life for some, not all, is to buy into sin. What is sin? Separation. So you have to buy into that false reality of separation to say, I'm just going to choose life for myself, because I actually believe myself is separate from him. So I actually believe I can choose life for myself and not you, because I bought into the great lie of separation. So now we're building on false reality. So I choose life for me, or mine. Who do I consider mine? Family. But my definition of family is birth family, right? Relatives. Or people who look like me, speak like me, or come from the same place as me, have the same passport as me, pray the same as me. You're getting it? Love the same way I love. Right. So now I choose life for some, wherever the some may be. And it's all those different parts. In other words, I'm not choosing life for all of life. I'm honoring those apartheits in varying degrees. I'm choosing life for some. Now, when you choose life for some, you're actually choosing death for all. When you choose life for some, you're choosing death for all. So you know the example, come on. I live at the top of the river, so I get pristine water out of the source, right? So whatever I throw into the river, I don't care. I don't care because it's going downstream, right? Okay? I've got clean water, right? And then it goes into the water, goes into the fish, and then someone fishes the fish out of the lake or the sea, and then one day, maybe years later, they come and sell me the fish, and I eat the fish. And the fish has been poisoned, and now I eat my poison. You're getting it. There's no such thing as a way. There's no such thing as disconnection. Separation is a lie. It's the great one. And it may take some time. The people who will die first are always those downstream. So if you're the richest person in the world, it may take a long time, correct, to come around, but it's coming around. And what climate is teaching all of us is coming around a whole lot quicker, and climate does not obey borders. Border control. Customs doesn't do customs. So if we choose life for some, and why? Can you remember how Martin Luther King names himself? He names himself because he's read everybody else. Luke 15. You notice all those all relational terms. Even when the father speaks to the elder, it's your brother. You know, my brother, you know, my brother. And when he lived out of relationship, remember when he's gone, then he's dead. It's because I am, because you are. If you are not, I am not. Because we exist in relationship. But this worldview says, I am whether you are or not. I am whether you are or not. It's a lie. And that's why it's difficult for the rich to get to the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of God. Why? Because by definition, the kingdom of God, what is God? Real reality. Reality is relational. Trinity, relational. And this is what wealth does. I don't know if you've noticed. But the wealthier I am, the more isolated I can, and most often do become. For myself, I think for myself. So if I have enough money, like back home, if you use public transport, that'll pretty much tell you your class level. Public transport, right? Where you sit next to other sweaty people. You smell people. You hear other people's conversations. You talk about them. You look at each other. All right? But as you get more money, what happens? The taxi for the poor in South Africa are 15-seater, 16-seaters. And as you get more money, you might use an Uber, one or two people. And then you buy your own vehicle, and now you can spend all day in your own vehicle on your own. Which means you don't have to ask the temperature, what radio station you want to listen to. We're just not doing things for ourselves with no consideration. And so what wealth does, it isolates. It gives me the false reality that I am independent. And living in that false reality, it's very difficult for me to enter the kingdom of God, because by definition, the kingdom of reality is independence. So there's that, under apartheid, I don't know if they did it here in this country, but under apartheid, the apartheid regime used what they call the pencil test. I don't know if you had it in this country, the pencil test. So they would take a pencil, and they would test whether you were white or black with a pencil, meaning a hair test. So they'd take the pencil and push it through your hair, and if it stuck there, because of the nature of your hair, then you were designated black or colour, according to apartheid lingo. But if straight hair, the pencil falls, white, the pencil test. Pencil test used to separate them. There's another pencil test. How many people do you think, you know that kind of yellow HB pencil, you know that standard like that? How many people do you think make it? Who takes to make it? Any guess? HB pencil. 20? We've got 20, yeah, make pencil, how many? One person, yeah, how many? And we've got 20, and we've got 121.
From tree to pencil, maybe thousands.
Oh, now we've got thousands. Okay, so you can do this stuff yourself. You can go and Google the pencil test. But this is the real pencil test. So we've lived according to this, choose and get is this pencil test. The pencil test that we need to do is how many people does it take to create a pencil? Just a pencil, we're not talking iPhone. We're just talking a pencil. Alright, so let's speak of the certain trees. See the trees, certain trees, not all trees, certain trees. They have to be planted, they have to be tended, they have to eventually be harvested. What do you harvest trees with? What machine do you use? That whole machine has a history of a journey that needed to be manufactured. Where did you get the steel from to make the machine? The oil to run the machine, etc. How many are we up to now? The lead within the pencil to mix with the clay. You're going to have to go to at least 6 or 7 countries now already. 6 or 7 countries to get the material, the copper, the zinc, the rubber, the eraser at the end. Let's go to the Congo for that. Thank you. You've got 6, 7, 8, 9 countries now, and you've got millions of people because the lumberjacks had to be fed. The people down the copper mine had to be fed. They needed water. Who brought the water? Who brought the food? Who clothed them? Or who did that? Did they do it naked? No, where did they get the cotton from to make the clothes? It's in the pencil. What Mr. Trump needs the world through blood, sacrifice, and taking life, we can too. So we hide our murder, under these theories over here. And the cross, which is the greatest sign of non-violence, now it's turned into an godly instrument of violence. Because from this we are taught that God needed a sacrifice to be able to save the world. And the cross is that sacrifice, a pure sacrifice. And so what is actually a symbol of this incredible non-violence, this refusal to take life, is flipped and says, actually, that was God doing that, and God needed it, and we saved from it, by it, through it. And that is taught overwhelmingly throughout the world to this day, largely untaught. And as a result of that, we can drop a bomb to make peace. We can burn the village to save the village as a result. If we can't face the truth of our involvement in the killing, the state-sponsored killing of Jesus, if we can't face that truth, if we've projected that onto God, if we've hidden that in atonement, no wonder we can't face the truth of our complicity today in the state-sponsored killing of today. Because in actual fact, we're saving Iraq, aren't we? We're saving Afghanistan. We're saving. They were rejoicing when when we arrive. So if that's not salvation, okay, then what is salvation? Yeah, according to this narrative, thankfully we're not saved by sacrifice anymore, we're saved by grace. What is grace? Well, it's God's love, Jesus' sacrifice, and if you believe in this, you believe He died for you, right? As your personal Lord and Savior. Okay? Then if you just believe that, you have salvation. What is salvation? Life after death. Please notice the motivations in that story. Motivations in that story. What are the motivations? Fear and envy. If you do not confess Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior, you're going to hell. There's your fear. But if you do confess Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior, you go to heaven. There's your envy. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't want to be saved by fear and envy. I want to be saved from fear. That's true salvation. When I no longer fear, when I no longer envy, do not come. But here we're actually using sin as a motivation for salvation. What is sin? It's rest on this false reality of separation. Fear from. Why am I fearing you? Because I think I'm separate from you. So then we have to re-understand what salvation is. Otherwise, we're just part of the problem. And all of this theology that I'm teaching here is what underpins the institutions of power, that validates it. So, what would it look like if we choose life? We now realize why we choose death, because we choose limited life. So what is salvation? Salvation is life in all its fullness. Definition of salvation. And I'm going to get explicit because if I just say that, it's like, all lives. You've got to get explicit because we've been taught stuff. You've got to, before death. Just to get your focus. Salvation is life in all its fullness. That's why Jesus came. I've come. John 10. Why? To bring you life in all its fullness. Before you die. Before you die. Let's keep things present, shall we? Before we die. Who are the saved? Who are the saved? Let's go one question first. Who are the chosen? Well, we know that. The chosen are the Hebrews, meaning the marginalized, right? Oppressed. So let's not confuse saved and chosen. So who are the saved? The saved are those who participate in salvation. So who are those? Definition, the saved. A saved person is someone who has been set free from fear to choose life. Set free from. That's a saved person. To the extent that you have been set free from fear to choose life, you're saved. Please notice, there's no religion involved here. There's no Jesus. Because I don't know if you've read the Gospels, but nowhere in the Gospels does Jesus walk around and say to anyone, hey, won't you just confess that I'm a personal Lord and Savior? Like he doesn't say that. Even you go to a blind person, the blind person's like, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. The disciples, by the way, are like, shut up, shut up. Isn't that incredible? Like, the disciples of Jesus are telling people to keep quiet. You would think it was the other way around, like, we are slow learners. Like, and Jesus says, like, yeah, okay, open the eyes. It's not like I can open your eyes, Garrett, but you must first confess that my mother was a virgin. Like, if you don't believe my mother was a virgin, I'm sorry, you're staying blind, brother. Okay? Like, here's the no, none of that stuff. Okay? A saved person is someone set free from fear to choose life. That someone is truly free. Saved. I honestly believe Jesus does not care whether you believe in him or not. Please hear those words. I honestly believe Jesus does not care whether you believe in him or not. He's not some egomaniac. But what he is very concerned about is, do you believe in what he believed in? Real reality. Oneness. Interconnectedness. Equality. Do you also believe in forgiveness? Because he did. Because you see, when you enter a relationship and you don't forgive someone, that's suicidal. You're getting it? Suicidal. Because we're related. If I cut you off, I'm cutting part of me off. Do you believe in forgiveness? Do you believe in what Jesus believed in? That's what he's concerned about. Set free from fear. What casts out fear? Love. So how are we saved? We're saved by love. Another word for love? Grace. Which is like love on steroids. Okay? Because there has to be kind of serious love to set me free from fear. So we're saved by grace. Why are we saved by grace? Because when I know that I am loved, listen to how I'm liberated from my fear. I have nothing left to prove. I'm set free now from needing to prove myself to you. I'm set free from the need to protect myself and promote myself. And in the brief moments of my life where I have been saved from the need to prove myself, protect myself, and promote myself, I bring life. And where I am fearful, and I try and prove myself, promote myself, protect myself, I hurt people. That's the story of my life. I feel the need, and then I hurt people. So we saved by grace, which then, when I'm ready, I understand that I'm set free from fear. And now I can choose life. Choose life. What's choosing life? How do I choose life? So, choose life. Well, if love saved me, I'm saved by love to love. That sounds pretty reasonable. So I choose life by loving. But King won't have this. He's very clear we've misinterpreted what love is, all right? There's nothing in the E-I with no E. No E. Okay? So now what is love? Love is, there's no anything real, says King, about love. And if you read his stuff, love is the key that can unlock real reality. All right? Love is doing justice. It is loving mercifully, and it's walking humbly with God. That's what God requires of us, to love. And what is to love? It's put some legs on it to do justice, to love mercifully, and to walk humbly with God. And we reverse this now. Let's reverse the sentence. Like play it backwards. Remember you used to play records backwards? And then here 66. Did that happen in your country too? Let's go smoke marijuana and play backwards. Okay, so let's play this backwards. I don't know, for the majority of my life, I really focused on that word there, justice. I'm wondering now if I haven't got it reversed. So let me reverse the sentence. When I'm walking walking with, remember it's walking, I'm walking with God. I'm less inclined to think I'm God. When I'm walking with God, I'm less inclined to think I'm God. When I'm walking with God, I'm less inclined to treat you as God. When I'm walking with God. So God alone is God, says like one of the Confessing Church. We must be clear about that. Authoritarian regimes will want to contest that God alone is God. So we start with that. Humility. What is humility? Well, now that I'm working with God, I realize that I'm not God, and I realize you're not God. Humility is the expression of radical equality. Radical equality. That I know better than anyone, and I also know no one else is better than me. That we are worth the same. Radical equality. Radical meaning deep. Deep equality. Deep equality. Deeper than nation, deeper than green card, deeper than. We are the same of worth. And out of that humility of recognizing we're all equal, we recognize that everyone deserves what makes for life. Mercy. That no one will be in need among you. To be radically equal to each other. And so that seems obvious. If we're radically equal. I mean, can you imagine a parent serving to 3 children and giving one a full plate, one half a plate, and one no plate? Can you imagine that? Yeah. But if you realize there's a radical equality, meaning we're all family, right? That's another way of phrasing radical, then there's no one going to be in need. Okay? And what is justice? Justice is the policies of moving, of making sure that no one has too much, because if some have too much, others have too little. That's how we choose life. We choose life by loving. What does it mean to love? To do justice, love mercifully, walk humbly with God. It's reversed. Remember, God alone is God. Humility, radical equality. Therefore, everyone should have enough, and justice is making sure no one has too much, so no one has too little. And then their policies. Now, when you choose life, here's the flip. When you choose life in a world, that has chosen death, what's going to happen to you? When you choose life in a world that is addicted to death, what is going to happen to you? Again. And that is life. So this is living with no fear or envy. You're safe. But as you say from that, you're exposing fear and envy. You're exposing it. So what does that do? They are going to organize to silence you somehow. Either with bullets, many different ways of crucifixion. The cross. So to choose life eventually means giving one's life. Death is inevitable, but how we die is our choice. We can die in the service of death. We can die in the service of death. Choosing life just for ourselves. Right? Or we can choose death in service of life. Meaning that when we give our lives to justice, to mercy, to radical humility, and things that go with it, we could add the Beatitudes, purity of heart, gentleness, truth. When we give our lives for those things, they can try, whoever, the powers of death, them tried and remove them by crucifying, but all that happens is they come more alive. They become more alive. Come back to the cross a little bit. This, if we buy into this choosing life here is choosing life for all, not just for the false understanding of self. So this justice, mercy, and humility places us with the whales in the sea. All of creation places us. Right. In Isaiah 1 verse 27, Isaiah writes, "The nation will be saved by justice, redeemed by justice." That's what will save the nation. In other words, bring it to life. So we resist death. Because we resist death because no life is more important than any other life. So we resist death, which is saying that some life is more important. But we resist death non-violently. Why? For the same reason. Because no life is more important than others. You getting that? We resist death because what's the power of death? It's saying some life is more important than other life. And we resist that. We say, no, that's not true. All of life, and especially the vulnerable group, is as important as every other life. But the way we resist it must also honor that philosophy that all life is as important as all life. So we have to resist non-violently, because if we don't resist non-violently, then we are saying the lives that we are resisting is less important. I hope that's clear. Okay, and then I'm going to close and we'll get into some work. So we started out by saying squash, return to the tea, return to the tea. We've got to move from that only some have the image of God to all, and just that should be enough. And then we've got to dismantle that whole theology with another and return to this kind of truth of who we are, who God is, what brings life, choosing life. We've got certain practices that can help us. So now we can say, remember these people here said no salvation outside of the church, no salvation without baptism, no salvation without Holy Communion. Remember that? Okay, that's what happens. Why? Because it's fear and envy. Okay, so if you've got fear and envy, then if the church, you can't be saved, you got saved, believing this so that you can get life after death, you're going to need people like me, a priest, okay, and I'm going to do that, and then you're going to receive, and now that's it. That gives the institution and people like me a lot of power, and that's how it's misused. But I still believe that there is no salvation outside of the church. I don't believe there's salvation without baptism, and I certainly don't believe there's any salvation without taking Holy Communion. So let me try to explain, just before you kind of throw your chairs. I saw for some of you. You were itchy. Come on ahead. The Spirit of King hasn't quite seeped in there. Okay, so what have I said? We're closing on this point, just for the moment. Okay, I've said no salvation. There's no salvation outside of the church. I believe that. There's no salvation without baptism. I believe that. And there's no salvation without Holy Communion. I believe that. We rewind, we stop. What is salvation? Life in all its fullness. Okay? So the next question then is, what is church? Remember what we're trying to do? We're trying to return to the team. So we ask these questions. We remind ourselves again and again and again what the truth is. Okay? So what is salvation? We said that about life. What is the church? Community. 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 There's no salvation outside the community. You can't be saved outside the church. We need to break out of our limited understandings of definitions of church, which are conveniently kept because they're power structures. Trust me when I tell you that there used to be a little coffee shop a few meters away from my apartment. Trust me when I tell you. A tiny little coffee shop. Trust me when I tell you that that was church for many, many people. Many people literally were saved by that community. I promise you. I promise you. When people came in, they were beheld. They were beheld. They were recognized. They were seen. Church. You can't be saved out of the church, out of the community. You definitely can't be saved without baptism. What is baptism? You see, what we do in church, in institution, we, with water and stuff, either fully or we skimp in. I don't know, skimp in or fully. Baptism. All right. Well, that's a sign of baptism. That's a sign of baptism. Baptism is discovering again and again that you beloved. That you beloved. Meaning that you are loved. Meaning that you are loved. I want to tell you two stories of baptism and then ask you how many people who baptized you last. I was baptized, apparently there's a picture of me. I'm about that big. Okay, and there was water and stuff. Apparently I wasn't very happy. Okay. Baptism can be piercingly painful. But when I was about 20 years old, 23 years old, I was at varsity. I had spent probably a year and a half in a very dark depression. I had not spoken to family for about a year, isolated myself. But a person was coming to town where my university was, a person who I admired greatly. And I wanted to meet this person. They were like one of my heroes, okay? And we organized to meet at the hotel, the kind of breakfast lobby place, And the person was well known. And we met, and as we were sitting down at the table, there were a whole lot of other people, maybe 4 or 5 other people, that knew this person, but they were also well known, and they just pulled up chairs. And now there was this big, you know what I mean? Now there were 7 of us or whatever. And I just felt absolutely decimated inside. Like my mind, just. And then he said these words. he addressed them, whatever their names were. He said, it's lovely to see you. But this morning, I'm spending time alone with Alan. Please excuse me. Really? And I came along. I can't explain it. It's my bad. And I love them. Someone sees me. I'm worthy to have a one-off. Who's done that to you in your life? Because they are the ones who baptize you. Who knows the worst thing you've done and still loves you? Because that person has baptized you. Another story, just so that you can broaden, get out of the corner of baptism. Because you can't be saved without that. Knowing you're beloved. So a child who was in the foster kind of mold, going from one foster family to another, moving. And every time there'd be a knock on the door, this child would go and hide. Because always thought a knock on the door meant that he was going to be taken away. But in this one home, this child connected with the dog. I think the dog's name was Zach. Just connected with Zach. Right? And yes, still when there was a knock on the door, you'd hide with Zach. You'd be with Zach, okay? But really, really connected with Zach. Anyway, one night, he is upstairs and he hears voices, or he hears a voice talk. So he moves, he's a little anxious because he's always anxious about what, is today the day I move? So he goes to the kind of stairwell and he listens. And it's his stepmom, foster mom, not sure what the right term is, so forgive me. Foster mom, talking to Zach. And she says to Zach, Zach, I know you love Eric. I know you love Eric. I love Eric too. I hope Eric stays with us a long time. And Eric is baptized. You see, in the story of Jesus' baptism, God used a dove. In the story of Eric's baptism, God used a dove. In my experience, God often uses a dove. He needed to overhear. Jesus overheard, you are my beloved, and whom I'm well pleased. And now you can go into the wilderness of this world and wrestle with the temptation when you know you're beloved. So who baptized you last? Who have you baptized recently? You can't be saved without baptism, knowing that you are beloved. And then we can't be saved without Holy Communion, which is, so baptism is belovedness. And this is just economics of justice. That Martin Luther King says in his speech, American Dream, it's done on an Independence Day, it's a remarkable work. He says, even if you are a billionaire, that should ring some bells, even if you are a billionaire, if there is poverty in the world, you cannot be rich. And so you and I can't be saved until there's justice, the fair distribution of resources that are right in the world. You can't be saved. Meaning, what's salvation? Life in all its fullness. You can't have life in all its fullness, Caitlin, until you're in community. Because it's in community that you're going to be helped to discover who you really are. You can't be saved, which is life in all its fullness, until you come to that place with your beloved, which is a hard place to come to, because while you're living in community, you're going to do unloving things. So you need a forgiving community. You need a forgiving community. You need a forgiving community. That's church, forgiving community. What is forgiving community? Forgiving community doesn't tolerate wrong. Forgiveness says, what you've done to me is wrong, what you've done to me is painful, but I will not do to you what you've done to me. And as Tutu said, there's no future without that forgiveness. So the most basic level of forgiveness is beyond emotion. That's something else. It's simply a commitment. I will not do to you what you did to me. I make that commitment. So yes, you've hurt me. I'm not going to deny that. You're not sweeping it under the carpet. You're not letting bygones be bygones. No. You can't have salvation without truth. You're not denying abuse. You're not tolerating abuse. That's not forgiveness. What we're saying is, this is abuse, right? But I will not abuse you. I will not do to you what you've done to me. And then, grace, what is grace? Love on steroids. All right? It says, let's begin again. Let's begin again in community. As we release from our fear, we don't have to hoard. And through this, a new world is made. How are we doing? We're going to have a break now. And then you're going to be sitting there for the afternoon, so don't worry, you're not going to be sitting on these chairs ever again. But how are we doing? Trying to put together an alternative story that can redeem the story that has been so abused and used to bring so much death. That one passage where it's at Thessalonians or somewhere, all scripture is inspired, where is it? And all scripture is inspired. All scripture is inspired and good for teaching, not good for following. It doesn't say that. So that's the first thing we need to learn, is that we're not called to follow the Bible. That's just going to tie you in knots. We're not called to follow the Bible. Jesus never says, follow the Bible. He says, follow. Okay. So we need to make a distinction between the Bible and Jesus. That the Bible is this incredibly honest book. We're grateful for its honesty. That includes a growing understanding of real reality. Because remember where they're coming from. They're coming from, only one embodies the image of God, fear, envy. So it takes them a long time to unlearn. And Hugo mentioned the pathologies. It takes a long time to work that stuff out as a liberating people. All right? So sometimes they paint a picture of God, the God of liberation, to look like the previous gods, violent, oppressive, etc. But slowly the narrative moves with a growing revelation, if you like, revealing of a different story, a different God story. And Jesus being the fullness of that expression. An example, a little analogy, which is like an atonement. Atonement is just an analogy to try and help us to understand the truth. If you take an analogy or a metaphor literally, you end up with an absurdity. It's raining cats and dogs. Anyone taking that literally? It's raining cats and dogs. You don't take it literally. If you did, it's an absurdity. So in your house maybe, or someone else's house here, very often on the kitchen doorpost, I come into your houses, it's amazing in this country, so many kitchens or doorposts have names and pencil marks up the side. I think it's quite, unbelievable, unruly behavior. Who writes on their doorpost? But apparently many of you do. And it goes like this. There's like a little mark and then a name and a date. Very important. Date, name, dish. And then you can compare. Isn't it right? How tall you were, where you were, blah, blah, blah. Now, can you imagine if I walked in here and there's Caitlin, and I walk in and I see at the door, like Caitlin, that, whatever, 4 years old, 3 years old. So I walk around for the rest of the day. Hi, Caitlin. How you doing, Caitlin? How you doing? Meanwhile, Caitlin's now at it would be very foolish. Right? But it's an honest door frame. You can see how Caitlin has grown. That's the scripture. It's honest. They're honest about their false understandings of God. It's there for us to learn, but not for us to imitate the Father. So that's my first engagement with Scripture. Jesus becomes the lens through which I look at Scripture. And I ask of every Scripture, would Jesus say amen to this interpretation that I have or not? So now if I go to Paul's, and I come across what has been made into atonement theory, I need to understand a number of things. I need to understand the context that Paul's working in. What are his metaphors? Because very often you can use, so for example, I think the church should run a campaign of every time Trump comes out with an executive order, it should be Jesus' executive order. Okay, Jesus' executive order. Now, you understand that because when I use the language executive order, you understand that. All right? Or I could say everyone should get a green card. You getting that language? Getting it? But in 2,000 years' time, when someone reads green card, so now let me work on my theology here with a green card. So salvation, what is salvation? Life in all its fullness. Who are the saved? The saved have green cards. That's my theology. And getting it? What is a green card? It says you belong, you're welcome, you can live here, you can have life here. Can you see I've used an analogy? Green card is an analogy. If you take it literally, it's an absurdity. So the doctrines of atonement come from Paul's theology and a little bit of John, the Lamb of God, and it's fashioned into a story to try and get to the meaning of the cross. But when a theory of atonement is taught, meaning a metaphor of the cross is taught, by leaving out the historical reasons for the cross, you've lost all meaning. What the historical reasons for the cross. So if you follow the Gospels carefully, let's get to Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus is saved. Otherwise, only one or two people that Jesus uses the language of salvation. No blood has been shed. No lamb has been killed. Nothing. Jesus says salvation has come to this house. Let's look at that. Life in all its fullness. Why? It's community. He must have had his beloved and his wife. Zacchaeus means precious one. Trust me, no one was calling the chief tax collector Zacchaeus. That's Jesus' name for him. That's not his name. That's Jesus baptizing him, saying, Zacchaeus, you're precious. I did this in the last retreat, I think. Zacchaeus, you're precious. Zacchaeus says, I'm precious. You've got to be kidding. Everyone just swears at me. And rightfully so, because of being part of the administration of death. Jesus says, no. And then he says, you know what? If I'm precious, I'm going to give away 4 times this Holy Communion. 4 times that I take. So then Jesus' salvation has come to this house, but no blood is mentioned. Now here's the problem. Zacchaeus works for the administration. He works in the administration, and he's just turned. Now that is a threat against the administration. If Zacchaeus turns, or the chief tax collector turns against the administration, in other words, for life, against death, we got problems. We better get rid of this person who has turned someone in our own system. We thought we were paying him enough, And what has he just done? Apparently he's given 4 times away. So now we've got no hold of this person. He's free from envy, free from fear. He's a saved somebody. We better kill this person who saved him. Then Jesus doesn't just deal with persons. He goes to the institution that should be for all nations. And he turns over the tables. Why? Because this institution should be nourishing all people, but it's excluding. It's actually part of the system now. It's doing as much damage. It's Colombia. It's meant to nourish all, and now it bows and works for bullies. He's part of it. And Jesus says, well, then you're as good as dead. Throws over the tables. Okay? So that's why we kill Jesus. We kill Jesus because he exposes our ways of death. He's already making an inroad with our chief tax collector, and he's dealing with our chief institution. We're not going to allow it. Now, when you learn those historical reasons why he's it, now you might want to reflect on the atonement theories. But I fear that most of us were taught atonement theories without teaching the historical reasons. Because then we might discover that we are innocent. Now, I could go on, but I'm going to stop there. Let's have a break. Let's have a break, and then we can come and do something different when we return.
So, on. So we are. Yeah, there we go. A little bit. Testing 1, 2. Is that a bit better? Mike, I can't hear if I'm on or off. That's it. All right. Testing. Can I use this mic?
There we go. Oh, we have the cloud. Cool. Thanks, Kevin. Let's put our hands together for sound. All right. Okay, let's see how we can wrap up, shall we? Try that. Or I've got about 5 or 6 other of Martin Luther King speeches that we can begin. Just for a second. Because I hope, please turn me down a little bit, please. Because I hope, if anything, from this weekend, just a little bit downwards, just that you might have fallen in love again, or maybe for the first time, with the sacred text from Martin Luther King. And you you might read just a little bit more. And of his work. And just to give you one kind of example, he has this incredible, all of his speeches are incredible. But where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? And through the lens that we've worked with today, I think you can read that in quite a special way. So after an introduction, right, which we could spend a long time exegeting, he names three things what we've got to do. Three things. The first is we've got to claim our dignity. We've got to claim our dignity. Move from nobodiness to somebodyness. What does that sound like to you in the theology that we've explored today? What is that? Moving from nobodiness to somebodyness. Baptism. So the first point in King's speech, which by the way is often his first point, is that move from nobodiness to somebodyness. We've got to discover our God-given dignity. And he baptizes the congregation in front of him. He baptizes them. He quotes about different things. But trust me, that audience is being baptized. They are affirmed that they are beloved. The second thing he does in that speech, but he doesn't use the word baptism. You getting me? But we know what baptism is now. And he baptizes the congregation. Why? You can't. That's the mental emancipation. Okay? I mean, if a people are trapped in nobodiness, then really, the first liberation is from nobodiness to somebodyness. And he baptizes. Baptism is liberation. And then the second point is we must discover our collective power around economics. Around economics. That collectively, we are powerful. What does that sound like to you? From today's theology.
Holy Communion.
There we go. It's Holy Communion. So, King is actually practicing the sacrament, celebrating the sacraments of baptism and Holy Communion, which you can't be saved without. Which you can't be saved without. And the third point, where do we go from here, is the means. Non-violence. Recommitment to non-violence. Why? Because we won't accept oppression, because no one, all life is radically equal to all life, so we're not going to accept your oppression of us, but the way we resist you is going to be non-violent, because all life, even yours, is equally precious to ours. So in one speech, he baptizes, he practices, celebrates Holy Communion, and gives us the way in which we can contrition, move from what is. It's genius. It's genius. But he doesn't use Holy Communion or baptism. Okay. Read King. He's a freaking genius. All right. Now, it seemed what he's always trying to do is shape conscience, resurrect conscience. Person, Birmingham, nation, world, always. Conviction, help us to see clearly truth and to be able to discern, is this right or not? And then to work out, it doesn't have to be this way. And there's an ought, and then the movement. And the movement from the one to the other is always non-violent, because the ends must be embedded in the means. And it seems that he's able to do all of this from this belief of his. Listen to it. It comes from a 1967 Christmas sermon. You've heard the words many times, but he's contesting false reality. of separation. He says it really boils down to this. So he's actually telling you now what everything boils down to, which is really helpful. I wish the Bible was that clear. Like, this is what it all boils down to. Like, give us the summary version. That all life is interrelated. All life is interrelated. We are all caught in an inescapable web of mutuality, tied to a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We are made to live together because of the interrelated structure of reality. This is the way our universe is structured. This is its interrelated quality. We aren't going to have peace on earth until we recognize this basic fact. This basic fact of the interrelated structure of all reality. That's just what it boils down to. And from that, he builds everything else. Now let's move to Jesus. Let's check. Jesus is not so clear. That would have been helpful. Anyway, Jesus says this, which is pretty clear, but he says, love your neighbor as yourself. Take that literally. It's not a metaphor. He is not saying, love your neighbor as much as you love yourself. That's not what he's saying. That's how we've been taught. Love your neighbor as much as... No, he's not saying that. He's saying, love your neighbor as yourself. In other words, grow yourself, your understanding of self, to include neighbor. That what you do to neighbor, you do to. Because guess what? It all boils down to we interrelated. We tie together with each other. So it seems like Jesus and Martin were on the same page. He goes further and he expands the Trinity. You didn't know that. You thought the Trinity was just three. Jesus says, no, what you do to the least of these, you do to me. So if you include me as part of the Trinity, I've got news for you. The Trinity is just enlarged. Whatever you do to the least, whatever you do to the Hebrew, whatever you do to the oppressed and marginalized, you do. Jesus takes oppression personally. Sound like we're all interrelated? When Saul has an executive order to kill in Damascus, remember that? He had an executive order to go to Damascus to hunt human beings, and he was stopped. What were the words that stopped him? Why are you persecuting me? Not why are you persecuting them? Because Jesus had a broader understanding of himself. We invited the same. Oh, Father, I pray that they may all be one as you and I are one. You in me, I in you. You see it? Can you feel it? And then, when he teaches us to pray, the first word, our parent, not my parent. And so every time we pray that prayer, we actually recognize that we're family, we're siblings. And it's the last thing that Jesus does almost on the cross. He makes family. He says, Mary, your son. John, your mother. Makes family. Family for Jesus is larger than DNA. You getting it? Ancestry. Family. He makes family. He's killed for making family. And while he's dying, he's making family. Can't stop this guy. So it seems to me that our work is to shred the apartheids that get us to live in false reality of separation. And according to King and Jesus, there's going to be no peace until we've done that. And when that really settles and shapes our conscience, then these things follow. Conviction. So all violence is family violence. All violence is family. Now that's according to true reality. So if that's true reality, we must truthfully name all violence. Because you're getting it, it's honoring treatment. So in 1994, there was a murder that took place in my country, in the east, southeast coast, Port Elizabeth, 1994, a murder. I might get the ages wrong, so forgive me if I do. But a young girl, I think 13 or so, was stabbed multiple times to death. Her mother, Mrs. Toy, grieved, as you can only imagine a mother grieve. But after a few weeks, it was uncovered that the person who killed her daughter was her eldest daughter. Mrs. DeToy was on record to say, I want to hate her, but I can't. I can't. The trial took place of the elder daughter. Mrs. DeToy went to court, and she sat behind her daughter, and at every opportunity she had contact with her daughter. Her daughter was found guilty of murdering her daughter and went to prison, and Mrs. DeToy, the mother, visited her in prison. After the sentence was complete, her daughter was released and she welcomed her daughter home. Now I want you to imagine me encountering Mrs. Toy, aghast in grief, and saying to her that I promise you, if we catch the murderer, I'm going to kill him. If we catch the murderer, I'm going to kill him. Because that's what they deserve. And then on discovering that it was her daughter, I go to her and I say, do you want me to kill, do you want me to kill the killer of your daughter? And her reply would be, why do you want to double my grief? Why do you want to double my grief? Now, Mrs. DeToy found herself in the peculiar, painful, yet privileged position of God. Because God is always the parent of the murdered and the murderer at the same time. And so every single time we take revenge, we are enlarging God's kingdom and killing a part of ourselves. So how do we, because we live in a world that plays that out over and over again. So just one of the things you can do right on this retreat, by the way, you can turn to the people closest to you here or at home, and you can say, if my life is ever taken in a violent way, I ask you not to use my death to call for the death of others. You can actually make that decision today. You can make that decision. Because the people closest to you are the people going to be most hurt by it. And you can help them through that process now by saying, this is how I'd like you to respond. You can make that commitment. We can speak to our children about it now. We'll help our children if that happens. Okay. Now, so the shaping of conscience is what we're doing. The king was very aware, 1955, one of his opening statements. This was one of the first Montgomery meetings. He says, we are infected with the paralysis of crippling fear. So we're gathering to deal with racism, with white supremacy, with Jim Crow, all of those things. That's why we're gathering. And King's insight is our biggest stumbling block. All right? He knows what they are out there. He's within. We actually got to move from the paralysis of crippling fear. And it seems that King is in good company, namely godly company, because it seems that every time God comes to someone in the Bible, the first thing that God deals with is the crippling paralysis of fear, with these words: do not be afraid. Do not be your being afraid. Do not fear. Do not fear. Why? Because fear casts out love. So how are you going to be a partner with me who is great love if you're in fear, because your fear is casting out love? And in my partnership, you're going to need a lot of love. So the first thing that God says is, let's deal with your paralysis of your crippling fear. And that's what King does. And I have a hunch, certainly if I'm honest about my own life, yeah, that's me. And not sometimes in obvious ways. Not sometimes in obvious ways. Yeah? It's always a little vulnerable to speak about some of these things. But hopefully honesty can try and maybe help us get there. You know, again, I worry about stereotyping activism. I really do. I really do. I see too many people fall by the wayside, be damaged in organizations around the judgment and feeling that they're not living up to stuff. So I say that. You need to be aware of it. Every human being is essential. Find your place and do your work. Don't feel pressured and spirit you're living. But for myself, after having said it, the fear I have is very seldom for authorities. The fear that I have is very seldom for authorities. Uniforms, very seldom scare me. But it's just how I've been brought up. But what terrifies me is kind of a giving up of control of my fairly structured life and how, Jim's got a line in my perspective, is best book, Resistance and Contemplation. It says, how far do you want to go in? How far do you want to go in? Well, not far, just far enough to say that I went. That's it. There's a part of me that says I'll join far enough to say to everyone else that I joined, and then check myself. I can relate to that over and over again. And it's not a fear of the uniform or anything like that. It's surrendering my life to, yeah. So, I mean, I could get into more details, but I don't need to. I hope that that's enough to give you permission to, if this is any way true for you, to figure out what is true about it for you. Okay? Because my experience is that when we are honest about our crippling, paralysis of crippling fear, even if our fear is different, when we share that, we can be liberated. Fear is the enemy. Okay. King and Jesus, Moses, whoever else, was able to get past the paralysis, the crippling paralysis of their fear. All right? And the answer is I don't know. So then I take a guess. King says about the fierce urgency of now. And Kathy was, there we go, was telling us, yeah, I mean, you're quite right on all the things that we're facing. We don't have time. You're quite right. But I want to flip that with someone else. He's a Nigerian, Akumolafre. He says these words: the times are urgent, so we need to slow down. The times are urgent, so we need to slow down. And I want to invite you to hold the two together, not one or the other, but both. And as I contemplate that, I do not know King well enough to be able to speak from his life, but I see Jesus doing that, right? Times are urgent, so I'm leaving the crowd. Times are urgent. I'm leaving the crowd and I'm going away for the night. Times, where are you, Jesus? Don't you know there's sick people wanting to be healed by you? You know? And he doesn't just move according to people's needs. You get it? There's a larger agenda at stake. And he replenishes, he withdraws to engage. He contemplates so that he can resist. He withdraws to engage. What's that pattern in your life? What's the pattern in your life? So I think to slow down. Now, again, I offer just out of my own experience. Just before COVID, 6 months before COVID, we ended up, the church that I was a part of, ended up housing around 700, 800 people with refugee status. And it was a very complicated affair. It was a very violent affair. Many interactions of violence. We had to have an armored vehicle eventually parked at the entrance to separate warring factions, etc. That finally COVID happened, and as a result of COVID, people were not allowed to be in a confined space, and so people were removed. The police had to bash down the church doors to get in, because people had barricaded themselves. It was a messy affair, as ministries often messy. But I'll tell you what happened to me. So I ran out of the leaf in the sacred work of every human being. I ran out of the leaf of the sacred work of every human. I got to that place. Up until that time, if someone had ever said to me that you could possibly get to that place, I would have vehemently denied it. If there's one thing I know about, it's the belief in the sacred work of every person. And I got to the place where I run out of that belief. So the work then within inside me, that was terrifying. Go and read Thich Nhat Hanh, Call Me by My True Names. I could begin to identify with parts of that poem that I never thought possible. And had to figure that out. So that's one of the reasons I retired. Because I realized that I needed to stop to recover that faith, that belief in the very fabric of the universe. One example of an encounter, I pulled off a human being from another human being who had an eye, a human eye, attached to his thumb because he had gouged out the person's eye. And when I went to him afterwards, because I knew that I had to touch him, I had to touch his humanity, otherwise I would be afraid forever. And when I shook his hand and said, you know, what you did was not right, and he said, but Father, it wasn't me. And I'm about to say, what do you mean it wasn't you? I pulled you off of this. And he said, it wasn't me, it was my body. Dislocation from ourselves makes us do things like that, or allows us to do things like that. So, for me, this has been a recent exploration not a recent exploration, but a more single-focused exploration. To slow down, this time's so urgent. All right. And for me, I realized, right in the wrong, you're right here, that I ran out of that belief because my inner journey, my withinness, as King would say, my inner being, the nurturing of that well ran dry. And so the work is trying to dig that well deeper again and allow it to fill up, etc., etc. So let's call that prayer. Let's call that prayer. King said, I'll try and get the words because they're so beautiful. We read them last night. Remember, he said, perhaps. Remember that? He said, perhaps. It's right in the beginning of Beyond Vietnam. And he says, perhaps a new spirit is rising among us. If it is, let us trace its movements and pray that our own inner being may be sensitive to its guidance. Let us pray to get in touch with real reality, the Spirit, and Jesus, King, when we invite. I use this analogy. I don't know if you know the America's Cup. Anyone familiar with America's Cup? You should be. After all, named after it. America's Cup. America's Cup it's a sailing race. It's a world sailing race. And it's the sailing race that has the longest history of victory, consecutive victory. America, that's you, we're in fact the greatest. For 132 years. 132 years, you won the sailing race. Okay. And then in the late 80s, the Australians came along. And in fact, an Australian came along and went to Stanford and studied, trying to figure out how you people were winning like you would. And got really the best designers, etc. And they designed for their boat a hidden keel. A keel, you know what a keel is? That's there under the boat. All right, that's the keel. But they kept this keel hidden. So even when it was in dock, they covered it and then they'd raise it out of water. No one could see the keel. It was the secret. It was the secret. It was a completely new design. And anyway, Australia won for the first time. And many people put their many ingredients to a victory, but this design of the keel was important to make the boat go faster. So what's your hidden keel? What does a keel do in sailing? One, it's hidden. When the boat is in the water, it's well below the water. That's the hull of the boat. The water comes up. It's hidden. You can't see it. It's secret. Jesus says, go into your room and close the door. Go into your room and close the door. You don't have to advertise this. All right? And what a keel does, it prevents drift. So if the wind's blowing from there and you're sailing, if you didn't have a keel in the water, the boat would just drift. Drift away from your team. Your team, the truth. You'll just drift. You'll just be blown. You can't steer. Even if you've got a rudder, you can't steer without a keel, because the keel enables you to drive the boat forward. Okay? So you've got your rudder, you can now aim with your rudder, you catch the wind, but the keel enables you to drive the boat forward, even into headwinds, just off the wind. You can go into the wind. Okay? And some keels enable the boat to self-correct, self-right once it's capsized. It may not prevent you from capsizing, but it can help you self-right after you've capsized because of its balance. I think that's a pretty darn good description of prayer. It's hidden, it's secret. It prevents drift. It enables us to drive in a particular direction. And it's not foolproof, it doesn't prevent us from capsizing. But you know what? Once we've capsized, if we go back to it, it can help prayer. I'll offer that to you just as an illustration. Like, how goes it with your prayer? And then what are we praying? Go back to King. Perhaps we can catch a little bit of the spirit of real reality. It just boils down to this, that we are interconnected. Love your neighbor as yourself, says Jesus. Our prayer is an invitation for us to go back to the T of our interconnectedness, of our oneness, of real reality. To go back to our T, away from fear to love. Those are the prayers I'm praying. Fill me with love. Remove the fear from me. But for me to pray, remove the fear, I need to get in touch with the fear. Can I name the fear? What is love? One of the saints of the country that I come from got up at 4 in the morning to pray. At 5 o'clock, Desmond Tutu went for a 30-minute walk or a jog. 5:30 he had a shower. 6 o'clock he was doing devotional reading. 7:30 he was reciting morning prayer. 8 o'clock he was doing the daily Eucharist. 8:30 breakfast. which was a glass of orange juice. 9 o'clock office work until 11, which is tea, then 11:30 office work, then a little bit of a nap. Saints nap. How cool is that? All right. Jesus fell asleep in the boat. Napping is biblical and Christ-like. Which is like amazing. All right. Thy shalt nap. Write that down. Thou shalt nap. Okay. Then at 1 o'clock personal prayer, 1:30 lunch hour, then a nap. 3 o'clock office work appointments. 6 o'clock evening prayer in the chapel. 7 o'clock drink and supper at home. The drink is normally a brandy, just by the way, on insider information there. And then 9 o'clock in bed, or 10 o'clock, and then offline prayers. Right? I think it was Martin Luther who said, I'm so busy not to be able to. I'm so busy that I can't not spend 3 or 4 hours in prayer a day. Because when I'm not spending that amount of time, I'm messing up so much. It takes so much longer to fix up all the mess. Okay, so these are lovely little tales that are meant to inspire us. Maybe not to spend 5 hours, but maybe 5 minutes. 10 minutes. When you read an inspiring book about a marathon runner, you don't suddenly go out and run a marathon. You might run 5Ks or 1 or walk. That's what we do. But if these people, King, Jesus, Moses was, sure, on a retreat for 40 years. Hallelujah. A retreat for 40 years. Yeah, sometimes you've got to be away for 40 years before you can face Pharaoh. What are you doing to enable you to face Pharaoh? Tutu. Okay. So, these are our practices, and within the practice, what are we doing? We're returning to the team of real reality. We're returning to our baptism. We're returning to our commitment to Holy Communion. That's what we're returning to. Because why? As soon as we get up from our knees, they're moving us to the corner and getting us running up and down that line. So we need to be set. And then I'll close with some of this. I find Ched Myers. So let me read the. Does anyone have a Bible? What a funny question. Bible? Is that Bible? What's the Bible? Maybe I. So, again, if you want to read one of your great theologians, Chet Myers, who's to us all well, like tune in for a little while. It's a good practice. Good practice. So Jesus is coming into Jerusalem, and Jesus is coming into Jerusalem, and remember we wanted some figs. Remember that? In the morning, as he went along and saw a fig tree withered from its roots. Okay? I'm just going to make the forward, that one a little bit earlier. Well, anyway, you remember the thing where he wanted the fruit wasn't in the season, and he curses the, may no one eat from this, okay? All right? Fig tree, symbol for Israel. Right? The point of the state is to nourish the citizens. And this nourishment wasn't found. Right. Nourishment wasn't found. Curses the fruit is said, may no one eat from this tree again. Interesting. Why would that be? Because you see, when the elite ravage the tree, there's not any fruit left for the passerby. So Jesus says, you know what, if there isn't fruit for the passerby, then no one said eat from this tree. This tree shouldn't be feeding the elite. Because the elite should be feeding the sheep, but they're feeding on the sheep. They're called the false shepherds in Ezekiel. And then goes on here and says, Peter reminds him of this. This is after the tossing of the temple and all that. And it says this, in the morning as they went along, they saw the fig tree withered from the roots. Really is a corrupt regime. Corrupt regime. Peter remembered and said to Jesus, "No, look, the fig tree you cursed has withered." Have faith in God, Jesus answered. I'm telling you the truth. If anyone says to this mountain, go throw yourself into the sea, and does not doubt in their heart, but believes that what he or she says will happen, it will be done for them. Let's pause. We go back. Go and, I tell you in truth, if anyone says to the mountain is symbol for Rome, symbol for power. Mountain always. Not always, but in this context and in the book of Revelation, mountain is a symbol for Rome, for the regime. If you say to this mountain, throw yourself into the sea, and you don't doubt, you believe in your heart, right, that it will happen, it will be done. In other words, learn to live in this place without giving authority to this false regime, this false reality. Learn to live here without giving credence to the false reality of this vicious regime that doesn't nourish people. And if you don't doubt that, and if you just live as if it has no authority, I promise you, that's it. In other words, non-violence, you withdraw your complicitness within the regime. Find out whether you're complicit and you withdraw. And that in itself will deal with the mountain. The mountain. Let's kind of throw the mountain in the sea by our non-participation. Withdrawal. It then goes on and says this. Therefore, I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it. So live it as if the regime has no power. That you've received it, and it will be yours. So if we just start living as if that regime has no power, it has no power. We give it power. That was the heart of Gandhi's thinking. Gandhi, you remember? I don't know if it's myth or true, you can tell me, but I've got 3 enemies. 3 enemies.
No cooperation with people is as much as we do.
Ah, okay, that's his nice theory. I've got a nicer proposition. Okay? The thing of, I've got 3 enemies. You know, I don't know if this was myth or whatever, 3 enemies. And he says, my first enemy, that they really are the easiest to deal with, are the British. You know, the second enemy that's much harder than the British to deal with are the Indian people. And the third enemy, I'm telling you, the hardest one to deal with is the person by the name of Gandhi. This understanding of taking responsibility of how I'm complicit with, and if I can deal with that, then this has no power. Live as if it has no power. Okay, so that's dealing with the Rome, and then he goes on and he says, and when you stand praying, if you hold anything against anyone, forgive them, so that your Father in heaven may forgive you of your sins. So he's teaching us here how to deal with the regime, the systems, the structures of society, non-participation, live as if they have no authority. And then he gets personal, because everything's political and personal. Personal, by the way, you need to live non-violently with people. The very people who are instituting the regime, he invites us to forgive. Because there's no future without forgiveness. So when I'm praying, that's what I'm praying for. Help me to understand what is true reality and false reality. Help me to see it clearly. Help me to see where I'm complicit in false reality, where I perpetuate the lie of false reality. Help me to withdraw from false reality. Oh, and by the way, help me to be a forgiving and living forgiveness. So, Chet Myers says it wonderfully. He says this about prayer. He says, to pray is to learn to believe in the transformation of self and world. To pray is to learn to believe in a transformation of self and world, which seems empirically impossible as in moving mountains. But we're going to get to there. We're going to get to that belief. So when we run out of the belief in the sacredness of every human being, let's go back to the tea. And slow down. Things are urgent. Stop the drift. And we go from there. All right. I don't know what this looks like in your life. Again, let's not be stereotyped on how these things happen. But find a daily practice, please. Find a daily practice, that can return you to the tea, get you out of the corner of fear, judgment, competition, return you to the tea of real reality. Tea of truth, love, gentleness. Find that practice. Find a weekly practice on top of the daily practice. Find a weekly practice. And then find an annual practice on top of the weekly practice, on top of the daily practice. And again, practices might all be different, but if it returns you to the center, the truth, and the tea, it's a good practice. I'm going to close. I've never met her. I do not know her. But something tells me she has a very, very deep practice. Deep practice. Her name is Karen Waters. Karen Waters. Has anyone ever heard of Karen Waters? I don't think so. Karen Waters. Maybe. Sorry?
Aware of her because
sometimes
quoted by
Karen Waters. Well, Karen Waters is an administrative judge in this country in DC. Karen Waters. And she received the email fork in the road a few weeks ago. And she received the email. Immediately, she typed an email to her 185 colleagues who also received the email. And she typed these words. I might get them a little wrong, but this is illegal. Please do not comply. And then one other sentence about like constitutions. And push send. She waited a few minutes and no reply, which she thought was really strange. It's like when you send out 185 emails like that, you would expect, she said, a reply. So she typed another email and her server had been taken down within minutes. As a result of her email, she lost her job. And she was then interviewed. You can find part of the interview in the New York Times. And like, how does it feel? She says, like, you know, the unknown, like you just, you know, all this unknown now, you know, lost your job. And she says, what is more frightening than the unknown is knowing that I would have been complicit. What is more frightening, more fearful than the unknown is knowing that I would have been complicit. There's someone with a finely shaped conscience. And then she says, what I know is I can exist on cornflakes and communion at the end of the day, as long as my soul is intact. I can exist on cornflakes and community. Cornflakes and community. No salvation without community. Cornflakes, well, wafers, cornflakes and community, as long as my soul is intact. Many years ago, a 70-year-old woman was marching with Dr. King the whole of March. And when she was interviewed, said, my feet are tired, but my soul is basically intact. What did you say? Exact word? My soul is rested. My feet are tired, but my soul is rested. It seems like they cut from the same cloth. What is more frightening than the unknown is knowing that I can exist on cornflakes and community as long as my soul is intact. She's the Rosa Parks of this moment. Now please notice the miracle. Have you figured out the miracle? That I'm from South Africa, just outside of Cape Town. I read her story. I make a t-shirt with the words cornflakes and community. I'll be wearing it tomorrow night at Beloved Community Church. All right? Cornflakes and community. And I told this story to people back home, activists back home, young people, people now who can't get ARVs because of USAID being stopped. And people saying, you know what? She can live on cornflakes and community. So can we. Do you see the miracle? Karen Ortiz has never met me. She knows nothing about me. She doesn't know her word arrived thousands and thousands of miles away. She doesn't know it touched my heart. She doesn't know that it resurrected me. She doesn't know that I've spread that resurrection. She doesn't know that I'm here today. She doesn't know I'm sharing this story. She might still be in the unknown. You can never measure your results. Ever. You do not know where your words go. You do not know where your stand goes. Your commitment, your moment of truth, your one email. You never know where it goes. But just make sure it goes. So we keep moving. We keep moving. We keep moving. Amen.
Battle of New Orleans at the end of the early British wars. The young land started growing, the young blood started flowing, but I ain't marching anymore. For I killed my share of Injuns in 1,000 different fights. I was there at the Little Big Horn. I heard many men lying, I saw many more dying, but I ain't marching anymore. It's always the old to lead us to the wars, always the young to fall. Now look at all we've won with the saber and the gun. Tell me, is it worth it all? For I stole California from the Mexican land, fought in the bloody Civil War.